Hey there, everyone. Welcome to the stream tonight. We're going to be continuing our Great Ace Attorney playthrough tonight. But before we get into that, let's check in with the kitties. Right now, soaking up attention here, tiring my arm out, is Sky. You can see him on the upper right camera. At least his back. He's got that little white swatch on his back there. Over on the shelf, getting up to stretch and to leave camera was Sammy. Let's see, over in the play area, lower left, we have Sherbet laying in one of the little towel loops. It's been so successful. I say it a lot recently, but I am very pleased. Hello, Sammy. Sammy sees me giving Sky attention, so she is intruding. And lastly, on the bed, we have Mason and Ember, top to bottom there, snoozing away. Zoom in on the play area a bit here. All comfy cozy. Little brown loop bottom center is kind of like a cardboard accordion that is a U shape itself with magnets at either end, so they can kind of daisy chain together. And a standard size like cat ball track ball can fit in the horseshoe that they form. So that little loop there contains one of those little bell balls. Uh-oh. I think my camera is jamming. 1 second. Oh, there we go. Hiccuped a bit. How strange. But it contain one of those little balls. It has a little bell ball in it. And it can sort of roll internally. So when I set it up there today, it wasn't configured such that the ball was around the side. It was set up so the ball was facing the top, so in playing with it, they can kind of roll it around. I had to shift something on the desk, and that made me move a bit, and Sammy is out. But yeah, Ace Attorney. We finished up one of the deduction sequences last time. It was sort of the brutal elder abuse sequence. Presented as cartoonish domestic misunderstanding. But the methodologies used were above and beyond what you normally get out of that sort of scenario. At least in the cartoonish comedy perspective. But let's get in there. That button, then this button. I just noticed, thought I saw it last time and definitely saw it starting up the game this time. The scene that you were last in when you saved the game and left is the scene that the title screen is on. So this is the house of the retired soldier and his wife. So we don't know if it has any relevance to the trial, but what we determined is that there was a fight surrounding a note that was found in a used book that she misconstrued as a love letter from someone to him. And she beat him silly. Smacked him hard enough to leave a very clear handprint over the entirety of the right side of his face, knock him into the wall, and smash all of their Like a lot of their crockery and a series of shelves just crumbled the shelves and destroyed the crockery. Knocked over a candlestick, which tumbled over near the bookshelf there and rapidly burned a chunk of carpet and up the bookshelf a bit. We don't know if that has any bearing on the current case or not, but it is what we learned during the last session. Let's check Natsume's room again. No new flag there. Okay, we need to swing to the prison so that we can formally say that we're going to defend the guy. Part of the narrative is that we're not sure whether we're going to be his defense attorney. We're totally going to be his defense attorney. It's an Ace Attorney game. Come on. It's time, Mr. Naruhodo. We must hurry back to the prison. Yes, I know. Let's hail a carrot. Oh. What's the matter? Looks like something's going on over there in front of the Garadeb's house. Right across the street from... Well, isn't he festive? I mean, I guess I shouldn't presume he. There aren't any presenting signals, let's call them, with this outfit. Or there are too many signals. I mean, there's a lot going on, is what I'm talking about here. I know thee not, old man. Fall to thy prayers. What are you calling it, old man, you rum-looking ninny? Nimini Penip Paminini. Nimini Pamini. I have no idea. There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. Who's this Horatio fella, eh? What are you on about? Real chin on that fellow. Yeah. Interesting. His nose almost has the same profile as his chin. How it, you have the hard bump for the nostril, but it's that slight incline down and then almost like a boat prow kind of curvature up. The only variation is that the hard curve down from the nose being upturned, as opposed to the chin has the smooth curve. But it still has that sort of the region here for the chin, the curve down, and then the smooth curve up. Repeated visual themes. Hey, even the hat, you could say, is similar. Curvature up. Excuse me, eh? Who are you now? I'm sorry, it just looked as though there might be some problem here. And my associate here, Mr. Ryunosuke Naruhodo, is a lawyer, you see. Eh? A lawyer? A lawyer? What? If I can be of any assistance, I'd be happy to help. I'm from Japan, but I have studied English law. Pisk. Fine, I'll be on my way for today, but you mark my words. This ain't over yet. There's another pose. I want Natsume and this guy in the same room. We're going to get some sort of like Super Sentai group pose going on. It's going to be awesome. Oh, even he's doing it too. This is great. Now we just need cheesy smoke bombs to go off behind him. Maybe some set fireworks, you know? Get thee to the nunnery. Do I look like a bloomin' nun to you? Entirely too many curls and teeth on display here. I do hope you're not injured. O fair Eastern maiden, thou art so gentle. Thank you. What was that all about? There are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy. I'm not Horatio either. Forgive the inquiry, sir, but are you a lodger here? In the Garadeb residence? O fair Eastern maiden, thou art so right. Yes, I do dwell in this humble abode. So, either the other apartment is entirely fancier, which is kind of hard to believe, or everything about that guy's outfit is well disguised secondhand, you know? A lot of polished glass and careful hand tailoring, let's say. Sir Garadeb mentioned that he had another lodger, didn't he? This must be the man. Do you happen to know the other lodger who lives on the first floor? Ah, yes, a gentleman named Natsume. Oh, more worthy a polemist in my battle of words ne'er did there be. No polemist. Internet? A writer who argues in opposition to others, especially in theology. Interesting. Sorry, battle, did you say? Who is the stronger, Hamlet or Macbeth? Mr. Natsume and I sparred long into the night. I see. I don't fully understand, but it seems Mr. Natsume and this gentleman are acquaintances, at least. So fair maiden, so good gentleman. I can tarry here no longer. Fare thee well. I don't really understand him, but I think he's returned to his room. It seems he's unaware of what's happened to Mr. Natsume, so he can't really help us. Hey there, Andrew. I guess I could see that. I recall Hamlet is presented as much more street fighting, whereas Macbeth is presented as much more of potential military leading royalty. Something like that. With Soseki-san and that man as lodgers, the Garadeb house is certainly full of eccentrics. Anyway, I'll go and find a carriage. How you doing today, Andrew? Sure, Mr. Natsume is eagerly awaiting our return. Let's hope we can get to the prison before visiting hours are over. Oh, it's you. You're here. You came. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I can't believe you came back. No worries there. It is a thing what happens. I can't believe you came back. I'm so touched. Natsume potentially speaking directly to Andrew. We're so sorry to have kept you waiting, Mr. Natsume. Oh no, think nothing of it. Relax, said the vibrating man. If I were a cat, I would purr with pleasure at the company of such fine compatriots. Well, now you made it weird. Noble nurturing, never-failing knees. Oh. Oh, now, let's not get carried away. Oh, I quite agree. There's nothing more reassuring than the familiarity of one's native land. On the other hand, it is through friendship transcending international borders that one truly appreciates the fact. Such is my belief, at least. It's you. The miserable, rotten spy, Herlock Sholmes. You know, I kind of would have liked to see them play the joke of his name is Lock Sholmes. You know, and make him German, you know, Herlock Sholmes. Or Herlock Sholmes. Though I don't think the name lines up in that regard. You'd have to fiddle with it in its pronunciation a bit more. No intention of doing anything per se, save observing, of course. Whatever do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? Well, having encountered some curious reading material in that gloomful room, gloomful, and having unmasked the secret identity of that eccentric pair, I decided I should drop in on my way home to see how our divested friend is faring. Gloomful room? At least your accommodations here offers a window, my dear fellow. In that sense, it is the superior option. Anyway, I must commend you on your taste in books. My day has been a delight and cost me not a penny. You! How dare you, Herlock Sholmes? I've had it. I'm through. I'm at the end of my rope. I should never have come to Great Britain. It was a terrible mistake. Haunted by spirits in those accursed lodgings, no doubt my luck will be cursed in tomorrow's trial as well. My whole life is bedamned. That slow pivot where she turns to look at you. What are you thinking, Mr. Naruhodo? He mentioned that once before, didn't he? That his lodgings were cursed, I mean. And there is much truth in Mr. Mustache's words. Moustache. What? Cursed is a wholly appropriate description, I would say. For the man's lodgings, and indeed for tomorrow's trial. What's that supposed to mean? Mr. Natsume, what did you mean by what you said just now? About the trial tomorrow being cursed. Ah, stretch. Oh no, why are you looking so grave? You're making me nervous. I was just getting carried away, that's all. I didn't mean anything by it. Oh, I see. Adjust the chair a moment. Spine's all twisty. I see, that's really agitated him. You don't mean the trial really is cursed somehow? Are you referring to the prosecutor, the Reaper of the Bailey? The Reaper? What do you mean? Please, tell me. Summarize it succinctly in 16 salient words. Salient. I like this stipulation that they made clear here that dovetails into the burning death of the prior person that was actually acquitted. No defendant has ever survived a trial. Though that's still a stretch. The guy actually, won the trial and was on his way out. No defendant has ever survived a trial in which the Reaper stands for the prosecution. Ever. My goodness, can it really be true? That was 16 words exactly. Now I gotta look. Yeah, the ... ever being 16th word. As if he added it. Yesterday, Mr. Naruhodo successfully defended someone against the Reaper. But then, after the trial was over, the defendant passed away in unusual circumstances. Mr. McGilded. What? Ah, I am impressed, Miss Susato. You have an eye for detail. Actually, the Lord Chief Justice told us. Mr. Sholmes. Surely it can't be that having failed to have the accused convicted, Lord Van Zeeks killed the man himself. Oh, he couldn't have, surely. Don't call me Shirley. You have some wonderful notions. Sorry. The man isn't a mass murderer. He's a court prosecutor, my dear fellow. Oh, yes. Why, of course he is. Of course he is. Then why are you trying to scare me? It could be said, however, that the real truth about the man is even more terrifying than your hypothesis. What on earth do you mean by that? Van Zeeks is a quite exceptional man. However, in the London courts of law, exceptional does not equate to winning every case without exception. That's good. So Zeki looks like he's going to cry tears of joy. As you are no doubt aware, in a British criminal trial there is both a judge and a jury. The judge officiates based on the letter of the law, whilst the jury offers public opinion and common sense. It is an excellent system whereby the defendant's guilt is considered from several points of view. However, public opinion, in particular, is somewhat easily manipulated. Right. Criminals, and corrupt lawyers for that matter, can use it to their advantage. By any means at their disposal, contriving evidence, calling impostors as witnesses, and so on. By such underhand means, those who would want to are able to sway the jury. Which means that even in the light of irrefutable evidence, the prosecution can fail. But it means the wrong verdict can be passed. And sadly, it is from time to time, my dear madam. It is simply the reality of the situation. And that's all right? However, those indicted by Lord Van Zeeks cannot escape justice. Their fate is sealed. Oh my. Though the adjudication may see them leave the courtroom with their freedom, within months, they all disappear. It is most striking. Wrong button. Disappear? But how? By having all manner of misfortune, sir. Perhaps they are trampled under a passing carriage. Perhaps they fall into the Thames and drowned. Perhaps they are suddenly overcome by a raging fever, or perhaps attacked by highwaymen. Oh, no, no, no. All examples of the reality of events here in London, I'm afraid, Mr. Naruhodo. I knew it. I'm a dead dodo, done for, doomed. When you say accursed lodging, when you said accursed lodgings before, you were referring to your room at Mr. Garadeb's house, I assume? Do you mean to say you believe the place is cursed? It has been a year now since I came to Great Britain. But I'd only been in London a week before I started to notice strange feelings in myself. That didn't take long, then. Everywhere I looked, there were foreign faces staring at me, laughing behind my back. I was sure people were talking about me. I started to become nervous about going outside. They were always staring at me, all the time, from dawn till dusk. So I shut myself away in my room, but even that didn't help. The fear wouldn't go away. You must have been very lonely, having been away from your homeland for such a long time. I've had to move a number of times, most recently to that room on Briar Road a week ago now. Why did you choose there? It seems a little inconvenient. The rent is cheap. I have so little money, it appealed to me straight away. Of course, I asked why it was so affordable. The landlord just simpered and said, "The room is cursed." Oops. He quickly tried to cover his mistake, but it was too late. So I told him, "If you have something to say, then say it. If not, don't mention it in the first place." Yes, well said. But it was true. It was all true. You mean the room really is cursed, then? Ever since I moved into that windowless hellhole, my sleep has been plagued with nightmares. I wake feeling as though I'm being choked to death. And in my waking hours, people are stabbed in front of me as I walk down the street. His right eye twitching there. Had a bit of a tick on his cheek, you know? I'm a branded killer thrown in prison. Nobody wants to know me. I'm surrounded by scary, sinister spirits. If only there was someone, just one person on my side. Can no one find it in his or her heart to believe in me? Really no one at all? To believe, yes, to believe in orange. Mr. Sholmes. Me, Mr. Naruhodo? Pray, what can I do for you? It's about the case on the SS Burya, if you recall. The Burya. Ah, that case. The one with the snake? Well, yes. At that time, I was the suspect, but you believed in me and listened to my side of the story. And you helped us to investigate. I did I? Interesting. What I want to know is, why? Why did you believe in me? Believe me, not believe in me. I see, yes. You mean... Because you were a grimly dressed shady Eastern fellow found with the victim in the locked room. Well, if you like, yes. I'm a little surprised that the answer requires explanation, my dear fellow. It's quite simple, really. You said I didn't do it. But I could have been lying. Surely you must have had your doubts. You must have suspected me a little. I think perhaps you have misunderstood. I neither recall believing in you nor in that which you were telling me. What? You see, the only things I believe in are those I choose to believe in. What? What do you mean, Mr. Sholmes? I make up my own mind about what is to be believed and what is not. If I should like to believe in something, I do. The circumstances can hang as far as I'm concerned. Reality bends to my whim. What was the line? I reject your reality and substitute my own? But I could have betrayed your trust. In that case, I should have made an elementary error of judgment, nothing more. Betrayal of trust is an overused excuse, in my opinion. Meaning? Whether or not one should trust another is, in the final analysis, down to oneself. It is a matter of whether or not one can trust oneself. Yes, he's right. He's right, locum student Mr. Naruhodo, Esquire. Whether or not I can believe myself. It is kind of a believe in the me that believes in you. A defense lawyer is only as good as his faith in his client. And that comes down to how much faith he has in himself. You were so right, Cosma. And my dear fellows, it is time we were leaving, I believe. Already? Excuse me. Ugh. Visiting hours are over. The guard will be here shortly to escort us out. Yep. There is a restaurant near here that serves excellent trout. Would you care to join me? Dear, there is never enough time, is there? Mr. Natsume, if you'd like, in the trial tomorrow, I'd be happy to represent you. Dramatic music begins. Music. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. As I said, I only experienced a British courtroom for the first time yesterday. And although the man I was representing was found not guilty, I lost sight of something crucial. Something crucial? What to believe in? The defendant, justice, or the truth? How to believe that even. But I think I finally worked it out. I've decided I must believe in myself above all else, to trust my instincts. Mr. Naruhodo. And my instincts are telling me that you, Mr. Natsume, are innocent of this crime. And it's imperative that we prove that in court. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. I will fight for your innocence until the bitter end, with every weapon available to me. So I hope you'll permit me to represent you tomorrow. As I said when we first met, I'd like to entrust my fate to someone who will listen to me, in my native tongue. Of course, Mr. Natsume. It would be fair to say, Mr. Naruhodo, that your mind was, in many ways, made up from the outset. You merely needed the events of today to fully realize it. Yes, I think you're right about that. It's been a roundabout journey, but I got there in the end. Miss Susato. Yes? Would you be willing to stand by my side tomorrow and help me in court? Absolutely. As I said this morning, you may consider me your personal judicial assistant. The shocking events of yesterday's trial still weigh heavily on my mind. But it's time to stop looking backwards. Kazuma believed in me, and Mr. Sholmes believes in me now, too. So it's time that I learnt to believe in myself. Soseki has no one, he's all alone. So it's my job to help him, to fight his corner. He fight in his corner? Tomorrow, in the courtroom, with all the strength I can muster. Insert Dragon Ball powering up sequence. To be continued. Well, I never expected this. Who'd have thought we'd be back here again so soon? We are on a study tour of Great Britain with the intention of learning the country's legal practices. In order to research the latest court procedures here, we need as much court experience as possible. Well, yes, I suppose that's true, but for the person in the dock, it may well be his or her one and only time in court, and it could be life-changing. In which case, treating it as research may seem a little crass. Well, when you put it that way, you're quite right. Good morning. Ah, Mr. Natsume, good morning. Are you all right? Your eyes are terribly bloodshot. The early bird catches the worm, as they say here in Britain. Yes, I've heard that expression. But I really don't want to catch a worm. So I tried desperately not to wake up early, but I was so worried I couldn't catch a wink. And now I'm absolutely exhausted as a result. Do all literary people take things so literally? Thank you for putting your faith in us today, Mr. Natsume. Wish I had 9 lives. My whole future hangs in the balance. I'm too terrified to tremble. Clearly not true. He seems fully able to tremble despite his terrified state. Really? Because I can feel tremors in the floor. Yep. Shaking so hard he's going to cause structural damage. I can't do this. I can't take it. Although, locum Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. Yes? I caught a glimpse of the public gallery as I walked by the courtroom. It looked like the opening night of the opera, where there were so many people. I had no idea my case was such a notorious affair here in London. Neither did I. Do you know why that might be, Miss Susato? I'm sorry, Mr. Naruhodo, but I have no idea. So that all-knowing look on your face is just coincidence, then, is it? Don't hide the truth from me. It's because of the Reaper, isn't it? Lord Von Zeeks? Is that right, Miss Susato? I purchased as many different newspapers as I could find this morning, and yes, Lord Von Zeeks is on the front page of every one. Hello, Sherbet. Quick kitty check since we've clearly had somebody shifting. Looks like we've got a double on the bed here. I knew it. Sometime after the prosecutor was dubbed the Reaper of the Bailey, he stopped appearing in court, it seems. It's been several years now, in fact, until the day before yesterday. Yes, Inspector Gregson told us something similar, didn't he? The trial 2 days ago marked Lord Von Zeek's return to the courtroom after a very long hiatus. The trial of Magnus McGilded, What a harrowing experience that was. I believe that appearance made even greater waves here in the capital than today's. But we wouldn't have realized, of course, having only just arrived in the country. Why is the Reaper back in the Bailey so soon for what appears to be a mundane murder? That's the question the papers are asking, and they are all speculating various answers. Mundane? Mundane? It's the most significant saga of the century to some of us. Oh dear, I meant no offense, Mr. Natsume, but that is how the papers are describing it. Well, lest we also forget that it could spark an international incident. Obviously, the reappearance of this infamous prosecutor has caught people's attention. But there's another blatant similarity with the trial of 2 days ago. Yes, I agree. Locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire, it's you. Me? Well, I suppose that's true. Both times it is you who stands against this legendary prosecutor. Really going down the same general arc as the Phoenix Wright stories, with Phoenix going up against Edgeworth. It can only mean that you're friends with the Reaper. Please, I don't rub shoulders with Deathbringers. I'm afraid that there's really only one other explanation. It can only be another example, Mr. Naruhodo, of your uncommon bad luck. Thanks for that. Well, this is just my luck. Why must I be represented by a man with such frail fortune? By the least lucky lawyer alive. Well, let's not forget that it was you, Mr. Natsume, who asked me to represent you. Yes, it's true that I'm just a student, new to London, with little in the way of experience or skills, or luck. But I promise you this. I will fight your corner until the bitter end. And I will believe in you, Mr. Natsume. Oh, benevolent locum student Mr. Naruhodo Esquire. You're not alone here with us, Mr. Natsume. Whatever happens, we will always be by your side. Oh, benevolent non-locum assistant Miss Mikotoba Esquiress. I am in your debt, forever. I shall never forget. Mr. Natsume, counsel for the defense. The court session is about to begin. Kindly make your way into the courtroom at once. All right then, Mr. Natsume, it's time. Let's go. Yes. This is it. My second appearance in a British courtroom. In my second trial against the Reaper. I hope you're watching over me, Kazuma. Because this time I won't let my faith waver. I'll believe in my client to the last. Just like you believed in me. I believe I can do this now. I'm ready for this fight. Gavel. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. I simultaneously miss and don't miss the fact that the judge isn't. Oh, the Phoenix Wright judge is just a bumbling idiot. Like, every now and then they have him behave really serious and capable, but most of the time he's just kind of blithering along. This judge has his moments of goofiness, but they break up general competence. I now call upon the counsels for the prosecution and the defense to declare their willingness to proceed. Prosecution is fully prepared, my lord. The defense is ready, my lord. Zeke's in his full-on Dracula pose. Naruhodo in his trying to put on a brave face pose. The Nihonese are true. Now, when they say that, I know in Japanese I see it pronounced like Nihon. But is that pronounced Nihon in this way, or do they actually say Nipponese? I don't know. Internet, do you know? No, looks like it would be Nipponese. Okay. Sorry, what? Lord Strongheart has told me all about you. You are a student who arrived in London but 2 days ago. A mere amateur. Do you have a point? Being a compatriot, you feel compelled to try to help the accused, I suppose. Typical Nipponese arrogance. Racist much? Setting appropriate. Forgive me, but I do not believe arrogance is an appropriate description. Susato. After all, at our previous encounter, the defendant was found to be innocent. I wonder how many glasses he's going to go through this time. Very true. And a most fascinating, if dark, trial it was, too. The tragic conclusion came later, of course. Here's to the acquitted and his unfortunate, violent end. Gavel. Thank you, counsels. I see both sides are in a fine fettle. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, are you ready to carry out your duties here in court as impartial members of the public? Oh, hey, it's one of the witnesses from the last trial. Oh, I wonder if we're going to get different jurors each time. You never know when you might be down on your luck, but I believe in fair play for everyone. Well. She looks like she's perpetually surprised. But it might just be the fact that her windpipe is being crushed by her outfit. Well, I must warn you, I'm rather more ruthless than I appear. Well, not me. What you see is what you get. I'm a peace-loving fellow. Oh, hey, it's Joan. I'm afraid to say I think it's quite possible that mustached foreigner did the deed. Come on, what are we waiting for? No doubt he did it anyway. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. Very well, let us proceed. Your opening statement, if you please, Lord Von Zeeks. Very recently, Great Britain signed an alliance with a rising power in the Far East. The accused in the dock today is a student from that same land, a certain Mr. Soseki Natsume. And while our country has extended this foreign student the warmest of welcomes, regrettably, the kindness has not been returned. In fact, this student is accused of a most sinister act. That's one. Of plunging a knife into the back of an innocent woman who was doing nothing but walking down the street. A knife crime? I tell you from bitter experience, those are the worst. Bloody oath they are. He was essentially a false witness in the first trial, which was also a stabbing. Just look at that sallow complexion and short stature. He's one of those dreadful Japanese. Dang. Come on, let's get this over with. With me now, everyone. 1, 2, 3. Sorry, didn't quite catch that. The way the guy pounded the desk was how they declare their verdict. See, it looks like it's going to be a gimmick in this that very regularly the jury will swing one way and the other to create moments of dramatic tension. Pray, forgive the discourtesy of smashing my hallowed chalice here in this great chamber. Allow me to call the first witness to the stand. Very well. Bailiff, lead the inspector in, please. Your name and occupation, please. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard. Would you please summarize the events of the case for the court inspector? The victim is thought to be a young woman in her 20s by the name of Olive Green. I beg your pardon, Inspector? Thought to be? Yes, having been stabbed in the back by her attacker's knife, the victim fell unconscious. That was 3 days ago now, and she's been comatose ever since. What? So they don't even know who she is for sure? Comatose, I see. But her life is not in danger? Fortunately for the Eastern student, the charge will not be murder. Pray, elaborate on the details, Inspector. Sir, if I could ask everyone to look at this street map. As I mentioned, the incident took place 3 days ago at around 5 in the afternoon. It happened on the pavement running alongside Briar Road, a wide thoroughfare for horse-drawn vehicles. It had not long since stopped snowing as the victim, Miss Green, was walking down the street. Out of the blue, she was approached from behind by the accused and stabbed in the back. Luckily, the young lady's life was spared, and she's currently being treated in one of the city's hospitals. But being unconscious as she is, we've been unable to take a statement from her, of course. This is the case file with everything we know about the victim so far. Thank you, Inspector. Squeak. The court will accept the documents as evidence, if you please. Just check that real quick here. Woman rendered unconscious following a stab wound to the back. Victim, olive green, stout build, early 20s. Found on the pavement of Briar Road on the east side of the street. Reporting officer, Rolly Beat. Might be Raleigh. The victim remains unconscious. Her name was gleaned from her personal effects. Other details are unknown. Apart from the single stab wound from the large knife, no other signs of injury were observed. The assailant was seen running away by the reporting officer and was successfully arrested the following day. Sir, I have that. What of the weapon that was used? I have that here. It was removed from the victim's back. Ouch, that big thing is starting to make me scared to walk down the street now. Yeah. Big. The way they're describing it as a large blade, that's a sizable folding knife. With a heavy blade like that, almost anyone would have been able to stab the poor woman. Even the scragged-looking Soseki-san, I suppose. A common or garden jackknife, I would say. Rather nondescript. Thank you, Inspector. The court accepts the blade as evidence. Now then, what do we know of the motive? Money or valuables, I presume? Court record. Tip is chipped. Look here, Mr. Naruhodo. Just at the tip. A small piece of the blade appears to be missing. Well spotted, Miss Susato. I wonder what could have happened to it. Yes, you don't think it could still be lodged in the victim, do you? I do hope not. That sounds terribly painful. From what we can tell by looking at the woman's possessions, it seems like she's a poor student herself. Hard to imagine she would have had anything much worth pinchin', my lord. I see. Well, in that case, are we looking at some deep-seated resentment towards the victim? I'm afraid I couldn't say. Apart from visiting second-hand bookshops, the defendant, Mr. Natsume, doesn't appear to get out much. At this moment in time, we haven't been able to establish any sort of connection between him and the victim.
Yes!
So, no apparent motive. If theft and grievance have been ruled out as the motive, what reason could Mr. Natsume possibly have had for stabbing the young woman? Yet you arrest the man in spite of that, in a totally unjustified and heavy-handed way.
Objection!
I don't know if I want to count that as throwing a glass, but I feel like we need to call out the fact that he just said flinging a freshly uncorked bottle into the public gallery where the crowd is supposedly packed, such that we heard it smash. Now, we didn't hear screaming, but that doesn't rule out the fact that it may have just completely knocked out whoever it hit. But your words have soured its hallowed bouquet. For it is you, my learned friend, who is being heavy-handed here. What? Scotland Yard does not arrest people without good cause. That should be beyond question. Inspector Gregson, the prosecution calls for your formal testimony. Explain to the court precisely why the constabulary came to arrest the Nipponese student. Yes, sir. As I said, it was 5 o'clock in the afternoon when the incident occurred. There was an unusually light fog. Visibility was reasonably good, and there was no one else about but the victim and the accused. Out of the blue, the victim was stabbed from behind and subsequently collapsed on the pavement. The accused ran off, scattering his belongings all over the floor. Those being a number of old books he'd just bought. He was on his way home from a bookshop, it seems. It was just a matter of working out who the books belonged to, and we found the bloke to arrest him. Old books, you say? Yes, my lord. I have a photograph here of the scene of the crime, taken immediately after the incident. Definitely stabbed. Yes, I can clearly see the books to which you are referring. We'll take that photographic print as evidence, please, Inspector. Wow. You Nipponese are a spineless breed, too cowardly to admit defeat. Denying everything despite overwhelming evidence to the contrary. Well, Forgive me, Lord Von Zieks, but the defendant is not denying everything, as you put it. What are you doing, Miss Susato? Do go on. Mr. Natsume has admitted to playing some part in the incident. Isn't that right, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, now that you mention it, when we visited him in the prison yesterday, he did tell us what had all happened. As I was walking along that accursed pavement, I could make out the sole silhouette of another ahead of me. A woman, wearing a green overcoat she was, and just as I went to overtake her, she suddenly let out a little scream and collapsed onto the cold, hard slabs of stone at my feet. I was terrified. I had to get away from there. So I ran as fast as my legs would carry me back to my accursed lodgings. A green overcoat? Well, that's exactly what the woman in that print is wearing. Oh my, a photographic print in full color. What will the world come up with next? The defendant has done nothing more than admit he fled the scene of a terrifying incident. That does not mean that he's guilty of the heinous crime of stabbing the woman in the back. There was nobody else there at the time, just the two of them, the victim and the accused. In other words, there is nobody else who could possibly have stabbed the woman. A fact that the accused concedes. Gavel. Seems this cross-examination could prove to be pivotal, counsel. Proceed, please. Yes, my lord. Nothing for it. I have to use this cross-examination to turn the tables here. It's our only chance. A light fog, you say? Well, light for London. You could see the opposite side of the street for once. Not much farther, though. That's light, is it? Around these parts, yes. Not something I'd expect a Japanese fellow like yourself to know, of course. I've read that London is famous for its fog. But in my country, people usually imagine that gives the city a rather beautiful appearance. How quaint. Yes, well, it's not something us Londoners tend to romanticize, as I expect you can appreciate. I see. At this time of year, the fog causes a number of accidents, especially when it's heavy. Sometimes you can't even see your own hand at the end of your arm. Indeed, the other day I was very nearly trampled by horses before I could see the carriage they were pulling. Susato and I should definitely remember to stop, look, and listen. Children's traffic safety rules, go! However, on the day that concerns us, the fog was somewhat lighter than usual. A fact no doubt lamented by the accused.
Hold it!
Are you able to state that with any certainty? Quite simply, my learned friend, because that is what the witnesses to this crime have told us. Ah yes, Inspector Gregson mentioned the witnesses yesterday, didn't he? That's right, one of them is a policeman, I believe, from Scotland Yard. That is correct, ma'am. I do love how he goes through the desk thump animation that you see in the Phoenix Wright games, but instead of the really resounding thud, you just get a little slap, and it seems to surprise him. And we must hear their testimony. Prosecution will, of course, call them to the stand, should it be necessary. But wait a minute. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, in the middle of winter, it would have been dark already. No matter how light the fog may be, no one could have seen. I'm unaware of the situation on your tiny island in the east. But here in the capital city of Great Britain, all main roads are illuminated in the night by gas streetlights. Ah. Prosecution believes there would have been ample light by which to witness the crime. Quite, here in London, for the first time in history, mankind has completely conquered the darkness. Which means we really need to hear those witness statements. If I could just get through the fog of this cross-examination, maybe we'll be able to. It seems the counsel for the defense is taking stock. Continue with your testimony, Inspector.
Hold it!
From behind, you say? That's right, as you can see from this print. Yes, quite so, Inspector. The handle of the weapon is clearly protruding from the victim's back. You say this poor woman, Miss Green, remains in a critical condition. Comatose, no less. Hey there, Jacob. Welcome back. Afraid so, my lord. Yes, she's being treated at Bart's. I was hopeful that she'd come round before the trial started so I could take a statement, but it wasn't to be. How have you been? That's indeed a pity. It would have been most illuminating to hear the victim's own account of events. Luck is on your client's side, it seems. On the contrary, my client has been exceedingly unlucky. Your force of tone is seriously undermined by those disturbingly wide eyes, I'm afraid.
Hold it!
Mr. Natsume's belongings, I think you'll find it all there in the photographic print of the crime scene. The 3 books on the floor. That's right, my lord. Second-hand books they were. Irreparably damaged after falling in the snow, of course. The accused could easily have carried all 3 books in one hand. Which means his other hand would have been free to wield a knife, for example. He's very clever, isn't he? What do you mean? He's made it extremely hard for you to assert that Mr. Natsume had his hands full with his books. He's managed to close the one avenue of escape we might have had before we even knew it was there. You mean to say that the defendant was holding his belongings as he thrust the knife into the woman's back? That must be what happened, my lord, yes.
Hold it!
The defendant apparently visits a second-hand bookshop on a daily basis. So I understand. A shop full of old English literature. I commend the accused on the lofty subject matter of his scholarly attention. The bloke's room was stacked floor to ceiling with those musty old books. Can you tell us more about the bookshop in question, please, Inspector? Well, if I must, I'll have to ask you to look at the street map again, I'm afraid. Urban Books. The closest second-hand bookshop to the accused lodging is this place here, Bourbon Books. A little place on the corner of Briar Road and Mearsham Street. As it happens, the accused is currently living in lodgings on the other side of Briar Road at the opposite end. Which means it doesn't take a genius to work out the route he must have taken home. He would have. Something like this. Local maps information has been updated in the court record. I concur with your conclusion, Inspector. The defendant would certainly have passed the scene of the crime on his way home from that particular shop. Mr. Naruhodo, I think what the inspector just told us could turn out to be of vital importance. I agree. The most important point that the inspector just made being... I think the location. Crucial detail in what you've just told the court, Inspector, is the location of the bookshop. I couldn't agree more. So where is it exactly? Are you winding me up, Sunshine? I just explained that. Got the map out and everything. Used red bloomin' ink and drew the bloke's route home for you. I distinctly remember seeing you nod along, Counsel. Oh, yes, of course. Must have been so nervous I didn't take it in. The blunder of the day goes to you, my learned friend. No, not yet. The trial's only just begun, after all. Mr. Naruhodo, I would strongly advise you to look carefully through the court record at this stage. Yes, miss. At once, miss. I'm sorry about my mistake, miss. Oh, here we go. Your books. Going back through this to trigger the question of what was important. Inspector Gregson, may I ask you a favor? What? Would you kindly add the name of the bookshop to your formal testimony, please? I believe it may be of vital importance. Maybe. Oh, well, you know, I mean, yes. It could be a very important clue. Gavel. Very well. Not that I can see it being of any great significance. But please revise your testimony accordingly, Inspector. Yes, sir, my lord, whatever you say. The man be any more sardonic?
Objection.
If I could just stop you there, Inspector Gregson. What is it, sunshine? I'm a busy man, you know. I have fish and chips to eat. They're congealing as we speak. This is a receipt that we found in Mr. Natsume's room. It was issued on the day of the incident and details the purchase of 3 second-hand books. And you found that in the accused room, did you? Accused's. Yes, but the point is not where the receipt was found, but the name of the shop printed on it. Go on. The receipt was issued from a bookshop called Your Books. Your Books? Y-O-R-E, I presume? Yes, my lord. So Mr. Natsume did indeed purchase a number of books at a second-hand bookshop that day. However, the bookshop in question was not Bourbon Books. Eh? What? Inspector, do you know of this other bookshop? Yes, sir. Your Books is another second-hand bookshop not far from Bourbon Books. It's just that, well, it's such a small place, I didn't think the accused would have known about it. But in fact, that is the bookshop which the defendant visited on the day in question. And this receipt proves it.
Objection.
I love how they all get their own script for, like, their callouts. Yes, for what difference it makes. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I disagree. I mean, after all, I have the street map here, if that might help. Yes, thank you. Have a look at this, please. If the defendant had been returning from Bourbon Books, then yes, he would have almost certainly have passed the place where Miss Green was attacked. However, if we take into account the fact that he was actually at another bookshop, Your Books, it may very well turn out that he wouldn't have passed that location at all. Could that be true? Hey there, Excalibus. Is it Calixus or Calicis? X is a strange creature. My, it rather depends on where this other bookshop is, but I do declare it may be a possibility. Excal it is. Have I forgotten, or are you new to the channel, Excal? Perhaps a lurker till now. Is that right, Mr. Lawyer, sir, what you just said? Absolutely. It absolutely could be right. Ah, well, welcome, welcome. If you're not familiar, I am newtmechanist. I am a VTuber here on YouTube. I play games with my cats on camera. Doop, doop, doo. There are 5 cats, and I have 8 cameras to try to track them. That's camera 1 up there misbehaving, as it is wont to do. But on the camera top center is Sherbet. Upper left is Sky. Left center is Ember. And down right is Sammy. Don't see Mason currently. But yeah, kitties. It's a pretty casual channel. We play a lot of things that are narrative oriented, where I read a lot. It gives me plenty of time to chat with folks, though we do branch out into other games as they become available and of interest. So if you want to chat, feel free to do so. I try to make time as I can to talk to folks. Otherwise, lurking is just fine too. Inspector Gregson, where is this Your Books establishment? Well, obviously we looked into that. Ooh. Well, this is our first playthrough. We're going through it blind. Would appreciate no spoilers, explicit or implicit. But feel free to call out. If it's not a spoiler, then feel free. Oh, dear. Give this thing a smack. There we go. Every now and then there gets to be some lag with the tracking. Turns out that Your Books is just here on the next corner of Meersham Street going east. Okay, so this doesn't necessarily change the path home. Could have taken the same route. But they do make a point of putting Calabash Street on the map, so there's a distinct possibility that he went that way. I feel like it's not gonna come around to that, but we'll see. And there you have it. As you can clearly see now, it doesn't make a difference. Oh. Okay, here's the second glass of the evening. My learned Nipponese friend is obviously in training to be a clown, the way he regales us with such witticisms. To your future career in the circus. This guy holds a grudge, doesn't he? You put that glass down now, or I'll put it down for you. We're going to see how many wine glasses he goes through this trial. When we were playing through the Ace Attorney trilogy, in one of the Godot trials, we counted how many cups of coffee he went through. I think in that trial it was something like 13. It was at least 10. Culminating in at least one coffee cup to the face of Phoenix Wright. But this guy seems to be really hard on his wine glasses and wine bottles. I didn't think I needed to spell it out, but here we go. If the accused was coming home from your books instead of bourbon books, There's no doubt he still would have passed the place where the victim was stabbed. But it's not unreasonable to assume that Natsume could have gone down Calabash Street. It is a at least comparable, if not shorter, distance. Now, just a comparable distance. Thank you, Inspector. Ugh. Allow me to reiterate for my learned, if somewhat slow, Nipponese friend. That's 2 glasses today. Wherever the man purchased his musty tomes, it makes no difference in the final analysis. I don't go through very many explicitly visual novel games. Where there is like gameplay elements, like Phoenix Wright, like Danganronpa. Played through a few now. Said played through the Ace Attorney trilogy. Some time ago, I played the Apollo Justice games. I'm looking forward to those showing up on Steam. I would like to return to them now that I've pretty much forgotten most of what's in them. Yumi Neko. Oh, When They Cry. So I have seen the Higurashi arc, anime of it, and I read a manga of one of the arcs. I think the Higurashi one again. Um, I think I might have one of those in my library, but I was hesitant because of the inconsistent art that they've used in it. But it might be good revisiting. I did really like Higurashi. Some really good use of crazy eyes in that one. Maybe we'll have to circle back around. I have ever so many games to get to. um, they're worth a shot. The big thing for visual novel games for me uh, is there needs to be plenty of the visual part. Like, I don't want to sit there looking at a fixed scene with very limited character art for pages and pages of text. Need to mix it up. And I also don't like traditional visual novel branching narratives. The save at every decision and reload at every decision to follow different story paths. I don't mind it when they build that into the game, like there is a jump back to this choice kind of mechanic. Beacon Pines was a recent one that was a very effectively visual novel that had a great jump back to the forks in the road kind of thing. Hmm. I mean, visual novels are worth visiting. Like I said, we do play a lot of narrative games. There are a couple coming up that might have us deviate from that on a regular basis on stream, but we'll see. Yeah, maybe I'll have to dust that one off. Arg. As I suspected, you can't fool me, and I don't suggest you try. What did I say, huh? I've had enough of this now. Beg your pardon? Terribly sorry, but would you mind repeating that? Mr. Naruhodo, we mustn't give up. What do you mean? If the prosecution's assertion is correct, the members of the jury may very well decide that Mr. Natsume is guilty. She's absolutely right. Just think, we must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. Let's see. Favorite character in the Ace Attorney games? Oh, that's tough. So, Francisca is definitely a runner in that category. Godot is visually interesting, but I don't think they do his story terribly well. I think Dolly is an excellent villain, and a really well done recurring villain. But as a character, not really a favorite. But a good villain is incredibly important. Her trials tend to be really compelling ones. But yeah, I would have to say Francisca is my favorite as far as the characters go. She has a real good mix of, Phoenix Wright antagonist prosecutor, idiosyncrasy, along with some real comedic elements. Like the strange, abusive, pseudo-romantic relationship she has with Gumshoe. Very physically violent tsundere thing going. We must consider the assertion just put forward by the prosecution very, very carefully. Do the classic Phoenix Wright save scumming here. Let's see, were there other really strong characters in Phoenix Wright that I liked? I can't think of any. Not as far as like contenders to that listing. The assertion just made by the prosecution is fundamentally flawed. Explain yourself, counsel. Yes, my lord. You can see what I mean on this map. when returning from your books to his lodging. Mr. Natsume could have followed the route suggested by the prosecution. However, that isn't the only conceivable route to take between the two places. If the defendant used these streets, look what happens. He arrives back at his lodgings without passing the location where the victim was attacked. Talking back to a clown is a fool's errand, of course. However, I feel compelled to point out that that route is what is commonly referred to as the long way around. On a cold winter's night, why would any man choose to take a longer route home? Well, the answer is extremely simple. He wouldn't. In other words, the accused took the obvious route back to his lodgings, and it is the obvious perpetrator of this crime. But, yes, I've got it. Obviously, we must ask the man himself. Ask Mr. Natsume which route he took home. I've already informed the court of the accused's response to such questioning. He claims he has no recollection. Ah. That's right. As I said, the bloke seems to spend his time outside wandering aimlessly from A to B. That day was no exception. He says he doesn't remember where he was or which route he took home. I don't believe this. I mean, very slightly longer way home doesn't seem to be a conclusive thing, you know? Thank you, my learned friend. And I want to thank you and suggest that we do not waste any more of the court's time by wandering aimlessly around this subject. Pray, what say you, insightful jurors? But even if that is the case, the defense still... I agree with Lord Von Zieks. Wholeheartedly and in every way. What? I don't believe it. Does this mean... We members of the jury are completely convinced now. Gavel. Very well. In that case, I hereby call upon all members of the jury to present your findings to the court.
Guilty. 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 Guilty.
It was not the voice I suspected of that man. Gavel. It would appear the jury's leaning is unanimous. To the insightful members of the jury, I applaud your brave resolve. You serve Queen and country admirably. Mr. Naruhodo. No, not yet. This isn't over yet. I still have one last chance to sway the opinion of the jury. To tip the balance of those scales the other way, I have to turn this around. Somehow. Those are the eyes of Quarry, not yet willing to give up and die. So I presume you intend to wield your rights again in this trial? Rights of the defense, written in antiquated British law that should have been buried long ago? Call it antiquated if you will, but it's the defense's prerogative to carry out a summation examination if it so chooses. Very well, Counsel. In accordance with the letter of the law, we shall proceed with a summation examination. Are the members of the jury ready, Mr. Foreman? Of course we're ready. I'm all too familiar with that Nipponese whippersnapper and his onkus refusal to throw in his alley. Very well, then. Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will each explain on what grounds you have determined the defendant to be guilty. Pity's sake, that little Nipponese oddity already admitted it himself, didn't he? He said that a woman in green collapsed before his eyes. Why, it can only have been the victim. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, not in winter. So the poor woman was attacked from behind, was she? How dreadful. I really don't care. Can't we just wrap this up now? I've got work to be doing. Your books, yes. Nice shop, that. But bourbon books? No, not worth a visit. Only minor exceptions, the reasons for finding the defendant guilty are all too clear. When the stabbing occurred, the only two people at the scene were the victim and the accused. And the accused himself has admitted to seeing the victim in her green overcoat sink to the ground before his eyes. Hello, Sammy. Furthermore, we have heard from the inspector that the defendant then fled the scene. I must say, I would have ample grounds to convict this man already. Even the judge appears convinced of Mr. Natsume's guilt now. I keep accidentally clicking the buttons as I'm clicking through the text. Why did he have to run away like that? And how are we supposed to believe in some phantom attacker that nobody could see? This is impossible. How can I possibly make a case for the defense? Mr. Naruhodo, this is no time for grumbling. If we want to force the trial to continue, I know, I have to turn the tide. I must make the jurors change their minds. Oh, 4 of them at least. Exactly. They have no choice but to forge forward. You have the floor, counsel. Begin your summation examination. Yes, my lord. Smack. Just need to keep this trial going somehow, whatever it takes. Come on, Ryunosuke, you can do it.
Hold it!
But aren't you... Yes, that's right. I was in the witness stand myself just 2 days ago. Yes, I had a feeling I knew your face. Or the side of it, anyway. If I remember correctly, you're a banker, aren't you? That's right. After the gold rush down under, I came back to London to work. It was all going swimmingly until you started fossicking around. Bruce Fairplay was a man of repute. Was. Sorry. Don't think I've forgotten how you treated me the other day. You had me and that young hatter pegged as criminals. Well, you know, water under the bridge. There's all sorts of rumors buzzing around, and the police have been badgering me nonstop. If I could turn back the clock. Well, anyway, I don't know about the hatter, but at least I'm in the clear now. Free to make up my own mind about who's guilty and who isn't. Thank goodness. Alright, maybe I might struggle to change the man's mind, given our awkward history. Wonder what's become of Mr. First now. You're right that at the time of the incident, the defendant admits to having seen someone wearing a green overcoat walking ahead of him. Well, quite, that's precisely my point. Clearly that someone wearing green was the victim. And clearly that funny little Nipponese man with the disturbing mustache is the culprit. But let us not forget, madam, the defendant vehemently denies attacking the woman. Why, of course he does. If he admits to stabbing her, his life is over. Man is obviously a liver-faced coward, honestly, claiming the woman simply collapsed before his eyes. But if that's a lie as you're suggesting, do you not think he would have concocted something more credible? Oh, I really couldn't say. After all, you are foreign. Who's to say what goes through your funny little minds? I could tell you what's going through my funny little mind right now, but you wouldn't like it. I do declare the man has already made the admission. He himself has stated that there was nobody else around. Surely the conclusion is obvious. No one else could possibly have committed this awful crime. No one else could have done it. The accused must be the man. Really, it couldn't be more simple. The fact that there are two witnesses means that there are two other people that could have done it. Your argument is compelling in its simplicity, I must admit. Oh my, you are too kind. Went well for her.
Hold it!
But you can't deny that there are other routes for Mr. Natsume that Mr. Natsume could have taken back from your books. Oh yes, like you drew on the map, you mean. What was it? Calabash Road or something? Precisely. But it seems to me that would... It seems to me that what counts is whether the little Japanese fellow actually went that way or not. Well, yes, that's true. And at the moment, there's no proof that shows he did, is there? Well, yes, that's true as well. And as I understand it, the accused himself doesn't remember which way he went, does he? Well, yes, that's annoyingly true. Winter nights are dark and cold, so the way I see it, you'd want to get home as quickly as possible. Well, yes. Why is all this true? So really, the only thing that makes sense is that he went home along Briar Road. I'm supposed to be convincing you here. I've given it a lot of thought, you know. I didn't just make up my mind on a whim that he did it. I mean, if there was some logical reason why he might have gone the Calabash Road way, it'd be different. I'd be happy to consider my position in that case, honest I would. Reason why he might have taken the longer way home. A good reason. I don't imagine you'll be able to sway this young man's opinion without one.
Hold it!
Whatever's the matter, young man? You're the wife of Mr. Garadeb, aren't you? The landlord who rents Mr. Natsume his room? The master's wife? Where do you get your idea, sir? I'm the maid. The maid, you understand? She's keeping up that charade? This is going to be awkward. Why didn't you mention this yesterday? That you'd been selected for the jury in this trial, I mean. Well, I was told not to mention it to anyone until the day of the trial, you see. It was in the letter I received. The instructions were very clear, so I'm afraid I had no choice. Let's see. Anyway, Mr. Natsume, the defendant, takes lodgings in your master's house, doesn't he? Yes, that's right. Although he's only been in a little over a week now. And in that time, surely you must have taken stock of his character. Does does Mr. Natsume look like the kind of man who could commit a crime such as this? Yes. He is kind of shifty, isn't he? My goodness, yes, he's just the sort. Huh? Spending all his time in that dark and dingy room, sporting that unscrupulous mustache. What is it about that mustache that everybody finds so offensive? Like, I don't find it a particularly nice mustache, but boy, it seems almost criminal how everybody else is talking about it. Man never speaks, and don't get me started on those shifty eyes. All the neighbors are talking about him. I've heard them, you know. People think he must be building a bomb in there or something. Dear, poor Mr. Natsume. How could people say such things about him? He's just a harmless bookworm, nothing more. Well, you just called him a worm, so... Anyway, I better be careful about inviting this maid to speak. She said enough damning things already.
Hold it!
A man's life is on the line here, sir. This will take as long as it takes. Get clever with me now, son. My life's on the line too, and so is my family's. Huh. The likes of you wouldn't understand, but a laborer like me can't afford to take time off. If I don't work, I don't eat, and neither do my wife and kids. I see. That must be very hard. I go to the union every morning to find out what needs doing. If you're late and the work's taken, it's tough. This time of year, there's water and gas supply pipes bursting left and right and center. They're after cheap labor to get the roads dug up to fix it. It's a hard slog from dusk till dawn, it is. So, you were out digging up the roads on the day of the incident as well, were you? That's right. In fact, if I remember rightly, it was just round the corner from where it all happened. By that old bookshop it was. What? Another coincidence? That's right, Meersham Street it was. Meersham Street? On the map, Mr. Naruhodo, there are only 3 named streets. You're number 5. I need you to add that information to your formal statement, please. What's the point in that? Can't we just get this business over with now? Please, sir, it's important. Fine, I'll do it then. Stupid justice. Alright. Observe proper Phoenix Wright protocols. Sky.
Objection!
Those 2 statements are clearly at odds with one another. At odds, counsel? Explain yourself. Please don't point. It wasn't me, I swear. Eh? What? I just want to get this done and dusted. Oh, juror number 3? Oh, me, sir? What do you mean? Juror number 5's words just now are extremely significant. Let's take a moment to consider the implications of what's been said on our map of the local area. On the day in question, Mr. Natsume visited this bookstore to purchase a number of second-hand books. And on the same day, we now know that there were works being carried out on Meersham Street, making it impassable. Which means that the defendant's route home could not have taken him along Meersham Street and down Briar Road. Oh, yes, of course. What do you think, sir? Oh, yes, you can't argue with that, really, can you? You must have had a good 2 yards or more of the pavement up. Every gentleman and gentlewoman that came along had to turn back and go the other way. So the only conclusion is this. The defendant must have taken the longer route back to his lodgings. I suppose he must have. I suppose that must be right, eh? Juror number 3, you said the following. The man wouldn't have gone around the houses on his way back from the bookshop, but we see now that he had no choice. My lord, Mr. Judge, sir, if I may. Yes. I don't think in all good conscience that I can say the man's guilty now. I'd like to see this trial continue so that we can get to the bottom of what really happened. Boop. The incredibly hazardous judicial toolkit continues. Huh? Ooh, me? Well, alright then. There's a hole in the prosecution's argument. It should be filled in, that's what I say. Bam. Well done, Mr. Naruhodo. That's wonderful. Managed to change a couple of minds, at least. It strengthened our position somewhat. And it will prompt the other members of the jury to reconsider their stance as well. They'll be asking themselves if their current leanings are really right or not. Now, if only we could just identify one more clue or discrepancy that would make them stop doubting Mr. Natsume. We might be able to tip the balance completely. It's exactly what we've got to do. Von Zeeks is looking to bring this trial to an early conclusion. That's what we have to prevent by whatever means we have at our disposal. Gavel. Thank you, counsel. On with the summation examination, please. Oh, but thinking on it, XCal, my Discord server does have a game suggestion forum. So if you have a link to things like the visual novel you suggested, or other games along that line, feel free. You can stop in and let me know, and I can get you permissions to the forum. Always got my eye out for other games that we could be playing. Say not guilty at this point, so I can see where the trial goes from here. Two of their minds, just 2 more to go. Deliver the finishing blow now. It's time to turn the tables. I knew how to do a Susato takedown. Suppose words will have to suffice for now. If only I could assault the jury, it would be so much easier.
Hold it!
Sorry? Fold it, you say? Fold what? No, what I said was hold it. What I wanted to ask was, do you visit your books often? I like the old books they have in there, yes. I enjoy reading them over a nice cup of old tea. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. And at what time did you visit your books on the day in question? Well, I was picking out books in there all afternoon, and it would have been just before 5 that I left. That's my daily routine, you see. Same thing every day, including the day you're all talking about. Just before 5, you say, exactly when the victim was attacked. Are you sure about the time? Oh yes, no mistake there. I remember it well. I'm not about to forget that day in a hurry, not after the dreadful time I had. What do you mean? I was walking down Calabash Road when I slipped on the ice and donked my head. Donk. It's always worse after the snow stopped falling. That's when it's most slippery. Knocked myself clean out, I did. Really thought that my number was up. Wait a minute, let me get this straight. This happened on Calabash Road. That's right, I live in Cornpipe, you see. Heading down Calabash Road is the quickest way for me to get from your books. Juror number 6, I must insist that you add that information to your formal statement. It may very well be extremely significant. Sorry? Extremely sick? No, I'm quite all right now.
Hold it!
It was around 5 o'clock, you say, the same time as the victim was attacked. I don't know anything about the girl who was stabbed, but my dinner's on the table at the same time every day. For the record, could you please identify the precise location of your fall? Yes, it was eons ago now. I'm not sure I can remember. It was 3 days ago. Try dredging your memory, please. Let me see. It was especially slippery around about... Yes, I remember now. Just on the corner here. What happened to you then? Were you all right? Well, you don't get too many people down Calabash Road, you see. So there was no one around when I fell. No one around when I knocked myself out. No one around when I came to again. And no one around when I sneezed. So I picked myself up and went back to my nice, warm house where my grandchildren were waiting for me. Sad, lonely picture you paint, sir. You were fortunate not to have frozen to death. How lucky he was that he wasn't more seriously injured. True, it sounds like it was very nearly another hospital admission, or worse. One more thing. Were you wearing that same green overcoat on the day in question? Absolutely. It's the only coat I have. It took until this morning to dry out properly. Good job, too, or I'd have nothing else to wear here. So count your blessings, I say. Suppose we should. This gentleman certainly has had a close shave there. Okay, so he is an indication that another person in a green overcoat could have fallen in front of Natsume. Okay, again. This is stretched thin, and Green Santa there are the two to pit against each other.
Objection!
Those two statements clearly show a flaw in the juror's reasoning. A flaw? What are you talking about, counsel? Juror number 2? Juror number 6? Whatever do you mean, sir? Perhaps the old man didn't hear you. Unbelievable. It's not like I was loud or anything. There is at least one fact of which we can be sure here. The bookshop receipt found in the defendant's room clearly indicates that on the day of the attack, he had been to your books and purchased a number of second-hand titles. He then returned home on foot. But the man says he has no collection of his return journey. That's correct. But what he does remember is seeing someone appear in front of him on the way. Someone in a green overcoat who suddenly collapsed on the pavement before his eyes. Yes, we are all well aware of this. Of all this. The poor woman who was stabbed, obviously. Can we really be sure of that, madam? Why, whatever do you mean? I'm sure you heard juror number 6's account of what happened to him that day. That same afternoon, there was somebody else apart from the victim, who was wearing a green overcoat and who fell over on the icy streets in the neighborhood. Oh my. My goodness, you mean... That's right. I'm referring to, of course, the hard of hearing juror number 6. Are you really suggesting that the person in the green overcoat whom the defendant saw collapse in front of his eyes was the jolly old gentleman at the end of the bench here with me today? That is entirely possible, yes. After all, the old man has a somewhat similar build to the victim. Well, look at that. My goodness me. Huh? Sorry, you need to pee? And crucially, we know precisely where the old man in the green overcoat fell. On Calabash Road. Therefore, if the person who Mr. Natsume saw collapse in front of him was in fact juror number 6, it means the defendant must have taken the long route back to his lodgings. And if that's true, then clearly the crime scene on Briar Road where the woman was stabbed was not on his way home. Oh my. You idiot, old man. If you hadn't been so daft as to be roaming about there, we'd have boxed this off hours ago. And really, what were you thinking wearing such a befuddling coat? What did you say to me? Is it a crime for the elderly to walk the streets these days? Is it a crime to slip over on the ice? Is it a crime to keep up with the latest styles and wear a beautiful green overcoat, is it? It's a very nice overcoat. My lord, I do hope it won't cause any inconvenience, but... You'd like to change your leaning, I presume? I do declare that I would. I should like to call for a verdict of not guilty. Thank you. And I would too. Huh? Is it a crime to change your mind, is it? Just the precision pyrotechnics that they have built into this court system. Just perfectly tuned flame launching devices powered by a table thump. Varying degrees, angles, power of impact. Don't matter, those flames fly precisely where they need them to. Regardless of the height of the dish, those fires land right where they go. Well, that summation examination has concluded with a rather large shift in opinion. Hey there, sir. Exactly. Fire safety, what's that? I mean, to some extent, the first actual trial of the game demonstrates how there's a decent probability of dying in a fire in this legal system. But in any event, welcome to the stream. Have you been here before? The eyes 2, the nose 4. So the noes have it. Not guilty, they say. Which means we no longer have a consensus among the members of the jury. The trial will continue. Nice, nice.
Objection!
Drink. And that's 3. But it seemed churlish of me to drink from my hallowed chalice moments after raising an objection, only to crush it in disgust. Pray forgive the discourtesy. Lord Von Zeeks? It seems I must retract my earlier remark. I think there's only one Danganronpa 1 session that we had to pull down because of invalid content ID claims. But otherwise, yeah, there should be playlists for all of that. Seamless plug. What do you mean? I mistakenly credited these jurors with intelligence by describing them as insightful. Way to win over the hearts and minds, Von Zeeks. Yet we have just witnessed them falling for a cheap trick performed by an Eastern entertainer. Eh? Whatever do you mean? I haven't tricked anyone. Everything I've said is the truth. Indeed, stalwart juror number 5 was undoubtedly repairing the road as he claims. I believe you said it was a good 2 yards of the pavement which you had excavated, sir? That's right, took me the whole day and they paid me a measly tuppence for it. Now, my learned Nipponese friend, tell me, do you have any notion of the distance that 2 yards represents? Well, if I'm honest, I don't have a clue, no. 2 yards is a little less than 2 meters. Less than 2 meters? That's not much at all. In other words, a distance readily vaulted by someone of moderate vigor. I mean, that's like, yes, is it possible to do a running leap over that? Yes. If it's dug up and it's being worked on and they're dressed in the sort of common attire that we're seeing here, no. Especially in the cold when it is admittedly like slick and icy. Huh? Me? Well, I can't say you're wrong, no. What? And did you perchance erect a sign to prevent pedestrians from passing the site of your works? I wouldn't dream of it. What a waste of time. No coaches would have had a hope of passing anyway. And we just turn any gentlefolk back when they come. Kids just jump right over us all the time. The accused is no gentleman as far as I can see. I have little doubt, however, that he could spring over a 2-yard trench in his meanderings around town. Ah, is that true, is it? The incontrovertible truth is that the books just purchased by the accused were found at the scene. There can be no doubt on his way back to his lodgings, Mr. Natsume walked down Briar Road. I mean, they clearly didn't find the receipt. The receipt was in his apartment. So there's nothing that says the same books could not have been purchased. I don't know if that's the case, but it's possible. Crushed in a single sentence. And, old man. Old man? You can talk. You say that around 5 o'clock on the day in question, you slipped and fell on Calabash Road? Pray, was there a suspicious-looking Nipponese behind you at the time? I, can't say as I remember. You don't remember? How about a wager, my learned friend? You say it was this old man that the accused saw. But I would lay 1,000 to 1 against you being able to prove it. Shouldn't need to. Lord Von Zeeks, explain yourself. My lord? If you had such a trenchant argument up your sleeve, why in the world did you not proffer it during the summation examination? Huh. I wanted to give this young foreign student the sightseeing experience he no doubt came for. I wanted him to see for himself how the opinion of the jury is so readily swayed. But my hospitality has its limits, and they have been reached, I feel. Aw, the cape's come off now. He's getting serious. So, my learned friend, today's sightseeing tour of London is now over. What are you talking about? My lord, the prosecution requests permission to call its next witnesses to the stand. Granted. Bailiff, bring forth the witnesses. Its next witnesses? Mr. Naruhodo, do you not remember? We've been told on several occasions that there were eyewitnesses to the incident. I remember one of them being a Scotland Yard policeman, no less. I'm afraid that's likely to be the prosecution's next witness. Alright, no matter what Von Zeeks brings to the stand as his witnesses, and no matter what they say, I believe in Soseki. I know he's innocent. I know he's innocent. And I'll keep believing to the very end, until this battle is over. Oh, wow. Witnesses, please state your names and occupations for the court. He's chewing on his chin strap. Constable Royley Beat. Saw. Nothing to report on the streets. Saw. Is it Raleigh or Royley? Or Rowley? I'm Miss Beak. Patricia's my name. Proud to say I'm this young town hero's wife. His helmet there is showing a great deal of wear and tear. Let alone how patched up his uniform is. What's the story here? Well, in truth, we've not been married long. In fact, we celebrated our first anniversary only the other day. No, it was your husband I was asking about. He seems tired. Hardly surprising. Whilst being an honorable occupation, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world. Oh, really? Sure, I've heard that before, actually. Indeed, apart from rare days off, our gallant officers trudge some 20 miles a day, you know. They patrol boarding houses and pubs, collect taxes, survey the streets, check that meters are reading true. And they're responsible for keeping the streets clean and lighting and extinguishing our streetlights. There are a number of items on that list that don't sound much like policing duties at all. I wouldn't just be falling asleep on my feet, I'd have collapsed long ago. But it goes without saying that a policeman's primary duty is the apprehension of criminals. Even when he's off duty, a constable is expected to investigate and resolve any crimes on his beat. For the London, Bobby is a man of honor. And a man of slumber. On the day in question, this man and his wife were walking down Briar Road in the opposite direction, and they witnessed the incident as it occurred. Is that not correct, Mr. and Mrs. Beat? That's right, sir. Isn't it, I'm gonna say Rolly. Thinking like Roland. Constable Rolly Beat. Sa! Nothing to report on the streets. Sa! It's akin to the ex-military guy in the trial in Japan. A great witness he's going to be. Very good. I'd like to hear your formal testimonies now, please. You will tell the court exactly what you saw on the afternoon of the incident. Yes, sir. I've had days like that man's having. I mean, I haven't subjected myself to the kind of brutality that is their job description. But I've had times when I feel like I could just pass out standing. It was our wedding anniversary, and Rolly was taking me out for a meal. There was no time to change after work. Anyway, two silhouettes appeared out of the fog on the pavement in front of us. All of a sudden, one of them just collapsed on the floor and the other scattered something before running off. We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box. It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock. Rolly and I both saw him as clear as day. This is extremely compelling testimony, I must say. Oh dear, this policeman and his wife are claiming to have positively identified Mr. Natsume at the scene. If their testimony is true, the alternative course of events that you established in the summation examination will be quashed. It's a death knell, in fact, because that alternative was never viable in the first place. Would an unfortunate be chancing, and on your wedding anniversary, too. Oh, I know, but I still managed to go out for the evening with my man. I thank the Lord for that. Gosh, the life of a London Bobby sounds very hard indeed. Indeed, however, this cross-examination will be over in minutes. You may well have time to rest this afternoon. What do you mean by that? My learned friend, the witnesses saw the face of the man fleeing the scene. They are testifying under oath that it was without a doubt the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume. And one of these witnesses is a policeman, no less. So you appreciate the gravity of the situation, I'm sure. Except that the man's so tired, his wife has to do all the talking. Enough preamble. Counsel for the defense, commence the cross-examination, please. Yes, my lord. Every time he says yes, my lord, like that, I'm reminded there was an anime some 10 more than 10 years ago at this point, um, called, or at least can't recall if it was game or anime first, but it was Samurai Basara, which was kind of like a over the top low fantasy warring states period of Japan. And I'm trying to remember who it is. Uh, Captain of the Takeda Cavalry, essentially. Sanada. And the leader of the army that he was part of, he would always refer to the guy as my lord, and it was always really emphatic. Like top of his lungs and that kind of thing.
Hold it!
No time to change after work, you say. Are you also a member of the police, Miss Beat? Oh no, sadly not. It's a job for strapping young men only. Women, children, and the elderly can't even apply. Well, I think you can probably see why children and the elderly can't do the job, can't you? I think Rolly looks ever so handsome in his uniform. It suits you down to the ground, doesn't it, darling? What? I just finished my beat. Pat and I were heading back to the station. I was actually planning on getting changed there. Is he talking in his sleep? This is creepy. Oh no, Rolly, I much prefer you in uniform. Sometimes I don't recognize you when I see you in plain clothes. Here, that doesn't seem healthy. Kindly adhere to the point. You were going for a meal after you had finished your beat for the day, correct? That's right. Yes. Although I was fit to drop, to be honest, after spending the whole day on my feet. But policing is my life, Sa. As long as I'm the proud owner of this, I'll serve my city and my queen to the end. What's that now? My warrant card, Sa. Prove that I'm a London copper. As the noble founding principles of the force written on it as a reminder to all us policemen of our sworn duty. To patrol the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. Sa, for such a noble cause, I cover 20 miles every single day without fail and without a grumble. Because I know that the plodding of my boots is all Londoners need to hear to feel safe and secure. So fighting crime doesn't appear to come into it then. But Sa, just on that one particular day I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. Miss Beat put up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. Little sparkly eyes. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. What a charming couple. Their young love is such a joy to behold. If a little over the top, perhaps? And then, kindly describe what happened next.
Hold it!
Two silhouettes. That's right. They were coming toward us, walking up Briar Road in the opposite direction. It's a rather plump figure followed by a scrawny, thin-looking man. That does sound exactly like the victim as pictured in this print, and like Mr. Natsume. Yes, unfortunately it does. And you're certain that at that time there was nobody else nearby. Yes, quite certain. It was dark, but there are streetlights on Briar Road, you see. There was nobody else around at all. Isn't that right, my darling? What? Ah, yes, that's right. Of course, there was a light fog on the ground. But Briar Road is dead straight, and you could see a fairly long way down the pavement. And there's the street lighting as well. I didn't see any other pedestrians. Before sleep takes a firm hold, your answer, please, Mr. Beat. Are you quite sure of what you've just said? Yes, sir. As a copper who spends all day, every day, keeping watch on the streets, I'd swear to it, sir. As I'm as sure as my love for Patricia is true. I'm wondering what their breakdown is going to look like. So very lovey-dovey. They're still maintaining that there was no one else around other than the victim and that attacker. It's starting to seem like that must be how it really happened. It's beginning to seem like there's nowhere to run. Well, that didn't stop Mr. Natsume, did it? He fled the scene all too convincingly. Thank you. I believe we have a reasonably clear idea of the situation just before the incident now. What happened in the crucial moments that followed.
Hold it!
Scattered something? What do you mean by that? Oh, well, I couldn't quite make out what was on. I couldn't quite make out what it was at the time. But then we got closer, we realized what it was. Didn't we, darling? Like she's pulling the cord on one of those talking dolls, you know? What? Ah, yes, that's right. With some old books. I see. Old books. Yes, sir. The culprit dropped a number of them all around where the victim lay on the pavement. Indeed, as clearly pictured in this photographic print. That rotten Japanese man did that when he did the deed.
Hold it!
Let's not forget that it remains to be established that the defendant was indeed the attacker. Ember passing through. But we saw him. It was the man in the dock, without question, sir. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Any more insults you want to throw in? That's right, he looked down at that poor defenseless woman with those terrifying, intense eyes, and then suddenly threw his books onto the pavement and ran away. I see. This is tough. They seem as though they're telling the truth here. May I remind the court that this unambiguous testimony comes from a policeman and his wife. Now please, continue. Yes, ha! We ran straight over, of course, and then went for help at a nearby police box.
Hold it!
Was it your husband who went to fetch help? No, I went. I may not be a police officer myself, but I am the proud wife of one, after all. Isn't that right, my darling? Pulls cord. What? Ah, yes, that's right. I asked Miss Beat to go. Was off duty at that point. But a Bobby's never truly off duty, of course, so I felt obliged to stay and guard the scene. Very laudable, Mr. Beat. Preserving the scene of a crime is a task of considerable importance. That's why I sent Patricia, you see. I told her where to find the right police box. Forgive my ignorance, but what do you mean exactly by the right police box? Depends on a crime's location, you see, as to who deals with it. Where the woman was stabbed wasn't actually on my beat. So I told Patricia the way to the police box for the beat the incident fell under so I could go and report it. I ran there as quickly as I could and asked for help from the Bobby on duty. There's nothing more potent than a young couple in love working together, you know. And thanks to your swift response, the case was quickly resolved. The actions of two model citizens. Oh, please, you're making us blush, isn't he, darling? Both scored. Yes, sir. What Patricia said, sir. Let's move on, shall we? It was definitely that Japanese man in the dock.
Hold it!
But surely you wouldn't have been able to see his face by the light of the gas street lamps, would you? Angry pulling of cord. We absolutely could. Us Londoners have exceptional eyesight, I'll have you know. Right. The light from the street lamps was more than enough. My husband already told you that the fog was only light, didn't he? Yes, and what of the fog? We're famous for it across the globe, I believe. But it's an absolute menace to those of us who have to live with it, of course. Oh, it is. When it's thick, you can't even see the hand at the end of your own arm. Yes, all right, I take your point. Now, could you stop shaking your husband about? The constant fog makes your eyes very sharp, you see. That's why we can tell for sure and certain that it was that little Japanese man we saw. Can't we, darling? Pulls cord. What? Ah, yes. Was the accused and no mistake. The mustache, the hunched back, the cat-like eyes, the taut mouth, the snub nose. Unmistakable, sir. As far as this couple's testimony is concerned, there can't be any question. It was Soseki that they saw running away from the scene of the crime. That's it, is it? That's their entire testimony? Hey there, maybe? Welcome. We are amidst day 1 or part 1 of the actual trial. Welcome. What do you think, Mr. Naruhodo? Well, I hate to admit it, but on hearing the testimony, it really does seem as though Mr. and Mrs. Beat saw what they say they saw. Mr. Natsume running away from the scene on Briar Road that day. Yes, I feel the same. So if that's true, where does it leave us? The members of the jury are sure to call for a guilty verdict after this testimony. Oh no! And what do we do? How's your day going, maybe? Cosmo, we're here. What are you trying to say? I think you would try to find a contradiction somewhere else in their testimony. What do you mean, somewhere else? Good to hear, Their statement about seeing Mr. Natsume is unequivocal. Calling that into question won't help. But if you could identify some other part of their testimony which appears to contradict the facts, you might be able to discredit them, to make the jury doubt if the pair's memory of the day is accurate. Oh, right. That's right, it's really early in the morning for you, isn't it? If we don't, I'm afraid the trial may reach an early and unfavorable conclusion. Why do I always seem to be so up against it? Mr. Lawyer, sir, can I ask you something? Oh, yes, of course. What is it? Well, you keep asking us all these questions about everything we've told you, so... It seems like you don't believe our testimony. Is that right? Is it? Well, out with it. Depending on your sleep schedule, that can be a fuzzy situation. I mean, formally, I try to make it when I've woken up on that next day, you know, on the local calendar next day. But there are times when the whole sleep thing doesn't make that a viable definition. Those times when it's very hard to differentiate yesterday and today. No. Oh, no. It's really not that at all. My husband's a policeman, remember? And I know what I saw. I remember every last detail. Everything. Like... Oh, I know. What about the books the man dropped? I could tell you the names of every single one. I could. Every single one. And you dare to question how reliable my testimony is. For me, the truth tends to hammer home when I chance to see out a window or something like that, and notice that either the sun is rising or the sun has since risen. At that point, the tomorrow becomes today. It's that dread realization moment. Gavel. That will do, Miss Beat. No, it won't do at all. That Japanese lawyer has no idea what I'm capable of. Even if I decide to forgive him for insulting us, don't think for a minute that Rolly will. That's about reasonable. When you start to get a bit of that extra light coming around, you know. Really didn't mean to cause offense. Please put your husband's fist down. Gavel. Perhaps you would like the opportunity to supplement your testimony, Miss Beat. Might that appease you? Oh, thank you, my lord. That would settle things nicely. Wouldn't it, darling? Well, it tends to be those regimented structures that give that. The term, the concept of an artificial construct comes to mind, you know? It's. Especially when you consider the fact that there are plenty of folks that have work schedules that make their time of wakefulness completely at odds with other people, then the concept of even like a work day becomes vague and fuzzy. And since a work day is what we often use to define a day in general, that makes a day fuzzy. The whole 24-hour clock, when the date formally ticks over, only has a meaning as far as when things like are scheduled to happen. You know, events are supposed to take place on a particular calendar day, but the calendar day doesn't have any function aside from tracking that. That's right. That's right. If you're not if you don't need to be, if there's nothing that says that 8 hours needs to be in a particular period, then it doesn't really matter. I think I heard in a video somewhere that at some point in history, it was actually very common for there to be 2 periods of sleep, where you would have a waking period, 1 sleeping period, and then another waking period and another sleeping period before the day would cycle. So you had 2 pairs of sleep and awake during a given, you know, quote, day. What would amount to essentially middle of the evening or night. See the names of the 4 books. I like that the witness is volunteering contradictions for us.
Objection.
So, you're saying that there were 4 books. That's right, I remember all of them. Picture of Monsieur Somebody, What's It Yearnings, A Meal for Someone, and the Thingummy Something. I like that last one. Sorry, Miss Beat. But there is a fundamental flaw in that statement of yours. Oh no, what? What flaw? Believe that, at the scene of the crime, there were only 3 books, not 4. Yeah, I mean, as long as it's not in getting to a point of it impacting your health, and as long as you're getting things done, even if those things are just like hobbies or entertainment, then hey, the schedule works. What? Have a good look at this photographic print of the scene of the crime. As you can clearly see, there are only 3 books. But no, that can't be. I saw them. I know what it is. Yes, you can't fool me. Sorry. It's that big old lump of a dead body. Lady's so large, her corpse is blocking the view of the 4th book. That's all. Let's at least try to remember that the poor woman isn't dead, even if we're insulting her size. No, I'm sorry, Miss Beat. But Mr. Natsume could not possibly have dropped the 4 books you described. Why not? Fascinating. And from your assured tone, something you can readily substantiate with evidence, I presume? Ah, evidence. Oh yeah, I need to prove things. You'll present evidence to substantiate your claim or withdraw it. Just making sure there wasn't something on here. Yeah, the 3 that she describes are accurate. The 4th one, the thingamy something, is the fabrication. The crime this time is that supposedly the defendant stabbed somebody in the back while walking home, then dropped all his books and ran back to his house. The person that was stabbed in the back. Knife was left in. The person is still comatose. These are supposed eyewitnesses, and there was supposedly nobody else on the street aside from the victim and the accused.
Take that!
The evidence is right here, in the form of this bookshop receipt. From your books. Yes, this receipt details Mr. Natsume's purchases that day. But as you can see, only 3 books are listed. No. Therefore, Mr. Natsume would have only dropped 3 books at the scene of the crime. Which means that your powers of observation, madam, cannot be relied upon. I do like their angry pose. Punch, punch. Grr. So it cannot be denied. That though you say it was the defendant you saw, you could very well be mistaken. No, oh no, no, no. Screams and startles her husband awake. Eyewitness testimony is right up there with things like DNA analysis, bite mark analysis, a whole bunch of things that have been trotted out as surefire that have long since been shown to be unreliable. To the extent where it should not be allowed for them to be presented as so infallible, let alone for them to be presented as certain evidence in any effect. Like, there are some of them where it's like, no, that's just hokum, you know? I mean, it's more plausible, but things like DNA evidence have been so flawed in the past. I think one of the classic ones is that the hair sample that they took, can't remember if it was DNA checked. Might have been DNA checked. Yeah, it is better than eyewitness testimony, but it still requires that the samples be properly gathered and tested. Plainly apparent that it is your powers of deduction that cannot be relied upon, my learned Nipponese friend. Yeah, I think there's a group that's going through and pushing for some trials to be reviewed in light of DNA analysis. So it cannot be denied that these two witnesses saw the accused running from the scene. What cannot be denied? A fact that you know very well you have no hope of disproving. Huh? So you've striven to avert attention from that by dint of some inconsequential discrepancies. Would that be fair? He sees right through me. But your plan has somewhat recoiled against you. What are you talking about? It's quite simple. Let me explain with a toast. To the policeman's wife and her entirely accurate testimony, in every respect. Oh. You see, the matter is not up for debate. At the scene on Briar Road, a total of 4 books were most definitely found. What about the photographic print? It only shows 3 books. Quite right, only 3 can be seen in that print. You mean to say... And there's another glass. Allow me to present another, one that that shows the victim's hand. The lion's pride. Okay, that's the thingamy something. I don't believe it. Oh. This is the book that Mr. Garadib said he lost, his favorite book, and you can see that there's some scorching on it. In our last session, in the horrific spousal abuse sequence, the owner of the apartment building had a fire in the apartment that they tried to conceal. And that fire burned part of the bookshelf. And this book was supposedly lost to the fire. It's the 4th book, as you will observe. The 4th book was hidden from view in the original print by the victim's torso. No. Oh. She's not just pulling on his scarf. They are wearing the same scarf together. It is one continuous scarf. There, you see? You see? Look at that. Look. Yes. Just like I said, isn't it, my darling? Yes, sir. Patricia's always right, sir. Let us study the receipt for the books purchased by the accused on the day in question. Miss Beat, the titles once again, if you please. Yes, of course. The pictures of Monsieur somebody or other. The picture of Monsieur... I think it's... I don't know, because you've got... C and Q are weird. Let's say Leco. What's it? Yearnings. Canterbury Yearnings. A meal for someone. A meal for... Gaboro. As the court has just heard, the victim remembers the book titles flawlessly, save for a few minor details. Miss Beat's powers of recollection can only be described as exceptional. Did you hear that, Rolly? The gentleman paid me a compliment. Yes, sir. Flawless, sir. Patricia is flawless. But there are only 3 books on the receipt, and Miss Beat mentioned 4. There's nothing surprising about that. Clearly the 4th book is that which is shown in this photographic print. I'm sorry, Counsel, but does that not seem odd? Why should the 4th book be omitted from the receipt? It's not odd at all, my lord. As the photographic print clearly shows, the 4th book was found in the victim's clutches. In other words, it belongs to the victim. The victim was holding her own book? Yeah, I mean, usually, at least in an English pronunciation. But since it looks like, French, all bets are off. It could very well be Steve. Wonder what became of that 4th book. Obviously, it wasn't overlooked by the investigating officers at Scotland Yard. I have it here as evidence. Gavel. We'll submit that and the aforementioned photographic print to the court, please, Counsel. My pleasure, my lord. Second photograph of the scene taken by the policeman just after the incident. It specifically shows the victim's hand. Mechanical difficulties. Book. The prosecution rests. I have nothing further to add. What? You seem surprised, my learned friend. But your resistance until now has been in vain. Entertaining, yes, but futile. The spurious longer route to the accused lodgings that you tried to establish in your summation examination, and the attempted discrediting of the witness's power of recollection in your cross-examination, which is not formally over yet. Yeah, there are some other expressions that someday I would like to add. Right into this, didn't I? You see? Everything we've said is true. Isn't that right, my darling? Yes, Pat. Marry me, Pat. So perhaps the ladies and gentlemen of the jury would like to reconsider their positions? Should the court waste any more time on this Nipponese travesty? Or is the decision you have made all too apparent already? You've heard all of the witnesses and seen all of the evidence. This trial has run its course. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm afraid we're in a terribly precarious position. I know, but if I fight back in the wrong way now, I could very well just make matters worse. Plonk down a save in case it asks us a question at an awkward time. Think, Ryunosuke, think. What do you do now?
Objection.
Not done yet. I'm not aware of any of them that have actually had alternate pathways. they're rife with false choices where it's essentially answer the correct way or just auto game overs. But otherwise, there is just a correct path forward. That last cross-examination was your final chance to establish a credible defense, and you failed. The die has been cast. There is no more room for debate. Well, it might be over as far as you're concerned, but... I can't think of what to say. If I may, Lord Von Zieks, it seems somewhat boorish to close down the debate at this point. Your insignificant little Eastern Isle must be a lawless hole indeed. I do appreciate it when they do have those. Both of these things are valid. One of the problems that some of the Ace Attorney and some of the Danganronpa games have had is that there is, like, the way things are worded and the way the evidence is laid out, there is absolutely multiple things you could put in there that you have available that should work for the line of reasoning, let alone for another, like, parallel line of reasoning that ends in the same spot. But sometimes they want exactly this one, and that can be tiresome. So when they do have it where it's like, hey, A and B both point to this thing, and both of them are valid, that's nice. For a lowly judicial assistant to have the audacity to intervene at a moment like this. Oh. I am, to my shame, still a very inexperienced lawyer. So you will have to forgive me, but I consider my assistant's advice essential and her opinion invaluable. Mr. Naruhodo. One of this land's great guiding principles is tolerance, so the court will hear you, madam. Go ahead, Miss Susato, please. Very well. Pray, what insight can you give us? What have we all overlooked in this matter that you see fit to pursue further? That man couldn't Dracula much harder if he tried, Tass. His opening pose, like, at the start of a trial, he has his cape in the, like, black cape and a wrapped tight around him with one hand up, the stereotypical vampire with concealing cape pose. He constantly brings out ornate goblets to pour red wine into. Like, the only thing he's missing is to say blah a lot. He's like some amazing amalgamation of Von Karma, Edgeworth, and Godot, as far as some of his behavior sets. Because he loves hurling those goblets and wine bottles around. He has the fashion sense of the Von Karmas, and he has the attitude of Edgeworth. I mean, I expect there's something alcoholic in those, because it bursts into flames pretty well when it hits the candelabra. That's the thing. He doesn't really drink much of it, maybe. Like, I get the impression that at best he's, like, giving it a little bit of a sip. But those goblets tend to smash more often than not. Well, the court has been presented with new evidence, but only after the last cross-examination finished. I see. And you believe that this new evidence warrants further examination, do you? Mr. Naruhodo, what do you think? It's just possible that this new evidence might be the decisive proof we've been waiting for. But yes, Von Zeke's eccentricities are just amazing. Like, in the prior Ace Attorney games, I kind of have to rate Franziska von Karma as my favorite character, especially if you limit it to only prosecutors. Von Zeke's blows her out of the water. Just the total eccentricities on display are amazing. Judge is sure to ask the members of the jury to announce their leanings in a moment. And of course, he's sure to ask you to explain what the crucial piece of evidence is and why. So we must take this opportunity to examine the newly presented evidence as thoroughly as possible. I heard her say save the game. I don't know about you guys. It's the crispy book in her hand. Look at this. The book has been badly burnt. You're right, you'd never be able to read it in this state, especially not the latter pages. What a terrible waste. Judging from the scorched edges of the paper, I think the damage must have occurred very recently. A book recently damaged by fire. Why does this raise a red flag with me? I understand, and thank you, Miss Susato. This is it. Susato has managed to win us one last chance here. Can't let it go to waste. The defense wishes to present evidence, my lord. Gavel. Very well. The defense may present one further piece of evidence. Evidence that apparently offers a profound insight into this case that has hitherto been overlooked.
Take that!
The evidence in question is what we can see from the newly presented photographic print of the crime scene. This is, I think, one of those cases, it's emphasizing, look what we can see. The fourth book found in the victim's hand. We've already discussed the fourth book at length. I mean, look at this guy, Task. Can you not see him lounging on some over-ornate throne in the middle of a, dimly lit black marble castle, throne room? Red carpeting abounding. Other than being in the victim's grasp at the time of the incident, no significance has been attached to it. Pursuing the matter further would be a flagrant waste of the court's time, as you well know. I mean, look at that point. That is a ancient immortal aristocrat point there. Yes, I'm afraid, counsel, I must concur with the prosecution on this matter. When I afforded you this opportunity, you led the court to believe that the evidence in question contained a hitherto undiscovered clue. I mean, to get a full idle pose, he would have had to, like, lean his head forward a little bit and put his other hand kind of open-palmed and spread-fingered up to his face. Or maybe he did. Maybe I'm misremembering that already. Because, yeah, that would be a total idle pose. Holding a microphone instead of hand to face would also count. I must insist that you elaborate, counsel, and you will identify this clue at once. Do I make myself clear? Yes. It's, Mr. Naruhodo. I believe the prosecution is trying to avoid a thorough examination of the evidence, which means you may very well be on the right track. I think you're right. Gavel. So, counsel, precisely where is the vital clue to this case, which the fourth book conceals? The crispy bits.
Got it!
Would ask the court to observe the back of the book in question. Back? What do you... Good gracious. It's been burnt to a crisp. So we have to ask ourselves, why was the victim clutching what is clearly an unreadable book? It is undeniably an extremely unnatural thing for her to have been doing.
Objection!
Unnatural, you say? And what of it, my Nipponese friend? Huh? Were I to concede the point, if it bears no relation to the case, there is nothing to discuss. So should you wish to assert that this fire damage is some veiled clue as to what happened that day, pray do enlighten us all. What truth does this charred book hide? Charred book. There is just one possibility here, which I can't quite bring myself to rule out. It's an outside chance, certainly, but worth a try. Alright, I'll explain my theory. How have you been lately, Tass? Don't keep us waiting any longer, Counsel. Explain this theory of yours. What are you suggesting that you can ascertain from the fire damage of the sorry tome has suffered? My lord, the burn on the back of this book reveals a startling truth. About the book's owner. I beg your pardon? But we already know who the book belongs to. The victim was gripping it in her hand as she fell to the floor, after all. It's obviously hers. The question of how this book came to be in the victim's hand has yet to be answered. However, as to the question of who the book really belongs to, and where it originated, the defense has very credible answers. Nice, nice. Let's see. We're just a couple weeks out now from the release of Remnant 2. I'm really looking forward to that one. Actually been playing a bit of Octopath Traveler 2. Having fun with that, but I tried, foolishly, I tried playing it on gamepad and am still suffering the side effects. Octopath Traveler 2, Tess. Good gracious, how can you possibly? Very well, I'll play along with this futile attempt to delay your inevitable demise. But do remember, the members of the jury may well burn you if your little gamble goes awry. Counsel, the defense's response here is very likely to influence the final outcome of this trial. Yeah, 2 hadn't been very high on my list, but, summer sale. So far, the character stories are interesting. I don't know as far as overarching narrative since I've been doing my classic explore all the things first gameplay. But that part has been enjoyable. So tell the court, who do you claim is the owner of this burnt book? John Garadeb, the man of many burns.
Take that!
The answer is that the book belongs to the couple who own the house where the defendant has his lodgings. A certain Mr. and Mrs. Garadeb. The landlords. Gasp. And whether this is some extraordinary coincidence or some kind of fate at work, I don't know, but of all the people in London, one of the 6 chosen for jury duty in this courtroom today is none other than Mrs. Garadeb herself. Oh my goodness, me? I think you must be mistaken, sir. I'm not Mr. Garadeb's wife, I'm his maid. Things would be so much easier if you would just drop the pretense. Alright then, how about a simple question for you? Have you ever seen this book in Mr. Garadeb's house? Would never presume to know all of the books he keeps, sir. This is outlandish behavior. The woman is the accused landlady, you say? You implicate this hard-working member of the public. You besmirch her without a shred of evidence. Besmirch. She is smirched. Your actions are unforgivable. This is not mere conjecture. The defense happens to know that on the day in question, at almost exactly the same time as the victim was stabbed on the pavement below, another incident was taking place in the room on the top floor of Mr. and Mr. Garadeb's house. A truly violent case of elder abuse unfolded. Lord, what sort of incident, counsel? A fire, my lord. Afraid to say it was. Happened in the blink of an eye, you know. The whole place filled with smoke. Couldn't see a bally thing. Didn't take long for the fire to spread, of course. Valley furniture started to go up as well. Worst of it is, I lost my favorite book called The Lion's Pride. The Lion's Pride. By Jove, the very same title that's the subject of this debate. Oh dear me.
Objection!
This is risible. Risible. All you've told the court is that a book by the same name was involved in a fire, in which case it would be reasonable to assume that it was burnt to ashes, and entirely unreasonable to infer that it magically removed itself to the scene of the crime. Perhaps it would make more sense if I told you that the cause of the fire was marital discord. Without going into details, it appears that Miss Garrideb was considerably enraged. Apparently, she continued to attack Mr. Garrideb even amid the flames. He mentioned specifically, like, burning books flying kind of stuff. Oh, how awful! I can't even imagine being so horrid to the one you love. Can you, Rolly? Absolutely not, sah. My Patricia would never raise a finger against me, sah. Had all my favorite old novels in that case, but as soon as the fire got hold of them, that was it. Whoosh, up in smoke. And the wife started hurling things at me. There I was, back up against the window under heavy enemy fire. Incendiary books coming 10 to the dozen. Man had his back up against the window and he had burning books thrown at him. Goodness gracious, are you suggesting that the book was thrown through the window and landed coincidentally at the scene of the crime?
Objection!
No, a thorough investigation of the surrounding area was conducted the very evening of the incident. There was no report of the Garrideb's window pane being broken. That's quite true. We also have no signs of broken glass when we saw no signs when we visited the Garrideb household. But it is not conceivable that the window... is it not conceivable that the window was open at the time and not even remotely? Let's not forget the season and the chilling weather that accompanies it. No Londoner would ever leave a window open in the middle of winter. Does the defense postulate this scenario in all seriousness, counsel? You earnestly claim that the book found at the scene was a flaming projectile thrown by Mr. Garrideb's wife. I'm loving this one so far. I believe it's a possibility, my lord. That's quite enough. I hope that everyone can see you for what you are now, you little foreign trickster. You call yourself a lawyer, but you're just a coward. A mean coward. Really? Claiming that our little tiff set the whole neighborhood alight, honestly. Implying that I'm merely posing as a maid for appearance's sake. How could you? It's nothing to do with this beastly case, not any of it. All you've done is sully our family's name. Well, I assure you that was never my intention. Dragging an upstanding citizen's name through the mud simply to divert attention from your failing defense. Should box your ears, that's what I should do. It's utterly unforgivable. Too right. Here we go. Long have we sat here now, listening to this Nipponese spout his fancy foreign theories. But think about it. At the end of the day, the only person who could possibly have stabbed the victim is that little hunchback with the mustache. His appearance keeps getting worse every time they mention it. There's gonna be some sort of twisted gremlin by the time they're done with him. And he ran away from the scene, too. I do declare you're right. It's true. Yes, what did I tell you? Makes sense to me. Huh? Sorry? What's that? Gavel. Well, it would appear that the ladies and gentlemen of the jury are once again in full agreement. What is your position, Lord Von Zeeks? In truth, my lord, I feel these have been unnecessarily protracted proceedings. But then one must always exercise patience in order to savor the best vintage. No, wait. The mystery of the fourth book still hasn't been... If books are your predilection, my learned friend, study them on your own time. What, no forgive the discourtesy this time? In that case, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you will now state your individual decisions regarding the defendant's culpability for the court to hear.
Guilty. Guilty.
Guilty. Guilty. Guilty.
So unsafe. Thank you for that unambiguous response. It's twice now. It's over. Mr. Naruhodo, don't give up. Miss Susato, have you forgotten? The battle isn't over yet. You're not suggesting. Of course, the defense has the right to another summation examination at this point. And drag this sucker right out. My lord, the defense asked to exercise its right to a summation examination. Humph. You believe you still have tricks up your sleeve? I don't intend to trick anybody. I intend to uncover the truth. This is no time to be downcast. As long as there's a chance, I have to stay strong and determined. To be continued. Let's keep going. A little bit hungry, you know? Consider the defense counsel's request for further summation examination of the jury, and I have determined that the court must uphold the defense's judicial right to this procedure. Gavel. So, counsel, you will now proceed with your second summation examination. I presume the jury is ready, Mr. Foreman? We are, my lord. Very good. In that case, I must ask each of you to now state clearly and concisely for the court the grounds on which you find the defendant guilty of this crime. Hughes left behind evidence at the scene, didn't he? Those 3 books of his. There was some novel alternative explanation about how the victim was stabbed, I might reconsider. Even if the woman was throwing books, it can't be related to this crime if the window was closed, can it? Hearing me, it was only a little book, hardly life-threatening, even with a direct hit. I like how a way to read that is that there was a direct hit, but it was hardly life-threatening. I mean, after what she'd been doing to her husband when we found out about the fire, I'd be really concerned that she had killed somebody. Multiple somebodies. Look, I just want to get this over with. If I don't bring home some pay tonight, I'll be in a tidy bit of trouble. Come to think of it, we had a fire at home a while ago. It gave me the sneezes. Considerably more tangible arguments from all the members of the jury this time around, it seems. With one notable exception, of course. My learned student friend was unable to find fault in the previous witness testimony. So the court must accept the fact that it was indeed the accused seen fleeing the scene. And moreover... And another cup. No one else was even at the scene to commit the crime. Well, if the eyewitnesses are correct, it would seem as if the conclusion is somewhat set in stone. Fail to see how it can be argued any other way. That means, I'm afraid, that during the summation examination, it's essential that you establish some other tangible explanation for the facts. But how? What could even constitute a tangible explanation here? Isn't it obvious? Who stabbed the woman and how? Those two details are all you need to provide. Simply give us a name and a method by which the attack was conducted. I was thinking this might be hard. But Mr. Naruhodo, you have to do it. Otherwise, this really will be where the trial ends. No pressure, then. Oh, good. It's quite enough preamble. Proceed with the summation examination. I presume you're prepared, counsel? Oh, yes. All right, Rinosuke, focus your mind. Smack. Oh, double slap. Clearly, the key to this summation examination is going to be juror number 4, the maid. Or should I say, Miss Garadeb. We have a book that disappeared from the Garadeb's house on the evening of the incident, and the 4th book found in the victim's hand. There must be a way to link the two. It's what we'll have to find. Using every technique I've learned in my short career so far, whatever it takes. Don't forget to keep an eye on Miss Garadeb and how she reacts, even to the things other people say. As we now know, there were 4 books, not 3. Well, what difference does it make? There's every possibility that the 4th book in fact belongs to the defendant's landlord. Yes, that's the part I have a problem with. Sorry? Well, at the point the woman was stabbed, this landlord fellow wasn't at home, wasn't he? Well, was at home. Enjoying a fiery scrap with his wife or something, you said. Not exactly how I put it, no. Well, anyway, the point is, the fellow and his wife were somewhere else when it happened. I think that's what you call a strong alibi. So it couldn't have been the landlord who did it, which only leaves the Nipponese fellow. Honestly, I can't see what all this palaver's about. Palaver? It's a done deal, isn't it? I suppose it is, since I've nothing witty left to say.
Hold it!
So you might be willing to change your decision, you mean? Oh my, such delight on your face. But I'm afraid I shan't be swayed by emotion. Despite what you may think of me, I'm a very modern, metropolitan, and rational woman. That's great. Good for you. If one reads the morning papers, it's all forgotten by tea time, isn't it? So why read them in the first place? You see, modern, metropolitan, and rational thinking, wouldn't you say? And not at all extreme. As I see it, an overwhelmingly suspicious Japanese man has been implicated by overwhelmingly strong testimony. So despite one or two minor puzzlements, I do declare that the man is overwhelmingly guilty. Modern, metropolitan, and rational logic, wouldn't you say? Overwhelmingly. But us modern gals, taking that word out for a spin, trying it out, are always delighted to embrace new fads, you know. I'd be only too happy to consider an exciting new theory if you could come up with one. I'd be happy to do that too, if only I could. Let's do our best not to disappoint the modern and metropolitan young lady. Right, I'm glad you admitted the rational there. What about the possibility that the window was open? What about it? I mean, there's just no way it could have been. How can you be so sure? The prosecutor fellow over there said it earlier, didn't he? Winters in London are no joke. You don't want to invite that sort of cold indoors. So no, the window wasn't open. Us Londoners like sitting by the fire and staying warm. But you couldn't categorically state that the window wasn't open, could you? It just wasn't. They wouldn't have opened it. Then what's the point of even having windows, huh? Counsel, you will kindly refrain from childish bickering. Oh, sorry. Somehow I need to show that there's an undeniable possibility that the window was open. Because this young man isn't going to budge otherwise. But the little book was on fire at the time, was it not? With flames of love, I'll have you know. There's really no such thing as a loving incendiary bomb. I'll burn this house to the ground, parentheses, affectionate. Well, he brought it upon himself. It's playing with fire to betray a fiery love. Isn't it? Well, don't you agree? He was asking for it. Well, any kind of betrayal is certainly a bad thing, yes. But I think the argument might have arisen out of your misunderstanding, Miss Garrideb. Never mind that. The point is we were just having a jovial little dispute. Nothing more. Won't have any more of these suggestions that it was anything whatsoever to do with this crime. Right, well, we'll see about that. But what about juror number 5? He doesn't seem to be turning a hair at Mrs. Garrideb's relentless onslaughts. It's almost as though he's used to it. What a gentle soul he is. Just want to get this over with? How can you sit there and say something like that? A man's future is at stake here. Well, him and me both then, like I said before. Huh? Told you already. I'm a day laborer, aren't I? If I don't bring home some Reddies with me tonight, You'll find me floating face down in the Thames tomorrow morning. What? You heard me. My missus isn't one to mess about. She can be fierce, believe you me. Another shining example of marital bliss, then. Situation like this cropped up the other day. It was, well, you know, it's funny, but I can't quite remember. Sorry? It was too frightening, that's the thing. I must have blocked it out. Helpful. I wonder if Mr. Beat will ever be dragged into the Thames by his scarf. Don't even go there, Miss Susato. There must be some way to jog his memory about this.
Hold it!
Does that have anything to do with your decision about the defendant's culpability in this case? Sorry? What's that? You have to speak up, lad. Could you tell us more about that fire? It was last winter. My grandchildren baked me a lovely cake on my birthday. It had 75 candles on top, it did. Oof. A sight to behold it was. As well as the column of fire that it gave off. You put candles on a cake? Was it some kind of devil worship? Of course not. It was an angel cake. To celebrate my birthday, obviously. It seems that's a common custom here in Great Britain, Mr. Naruhodo. Anyway, I mustered all my puff to blow them out. Only I must have blown wrong somehow. The flames didn't go out, but the candles went flying all over the room. Furniture caught and everything went up. The whole place filled with smoke. Definitely sounds like devil worship to me. And by the sneezes, I presume you mean a cold. But how did you catch a cold from a fire? What a fiasco it was. The grandchildren, bless them, threw water over me as they tried to put out the flames. And then, because the whole room filled up with smoke, of course, we had to open all the windows to clear it. The windows. Biting winter air rushed all over me like the devil dancing on my grave, it did. Caught a terrible cold from it. Put me in the hospital for a while. I won't forget that birthday in a hurry. I knew it was devil worship all along. But something about this old man's story is playing on my mind for some reason. We need to demonstrate who, apart from Mr. Natsume, could have attacked the young woman on the street, as well as how he or she could have done it. Once again, the jurors' statements are full of personal prejudices. A lot of them seem convinced they're right, even in the face of logical arguments to the contrary. I think you're going to need to pit them against each other. Yep. Need to find contradictions, just connections. Use the game mechanic. Okay, it is you. And you.
Objection!
Those two jurors' statements clearly contradict one another. They do? How exactly? Don't point at me again. I told you it wasn't me. What's that you say? Speak up, lads. Speak up. Juror number 3. Do you see? Oh, me? See what? Did you hear juror number 6's account of his birthday celebration last year? It seems, despite being a Londoner, he once opened his windows in the middle of winter. Well, yes, of course, because it was an emergency. I mean, obviously, if the room was filled with smoke from a fire, then you'd be mad not to open the... Oh. Light goes on. Exactly. On the day in question, at the time of the incident, there was a fire in the Garadeb household. And Mr. Garadeb had the following to say about it. The whole place filled with smoke.
Oh my.
she reacted to that. Oh, my hat! Therefore, to clear the smoke, either Mr. Garrideb or his wife almost certainly opened the window. That you cannot deny would be in no way out of the ordinary.
Excuse me.
You're number 4. Do you have something to say about that? Wow. I mean, you have to respect not only the capacity of the kettle, or the pot as it were, but also her capacity. Because she is going to town on that tea. Mrs. Garrideb. Dearie me. What is the meaning of this? How dare you imply that I'm hiding who I really am? It's imperative that you confirm something for the court. So please, it's time to drop the pretense now. What is it? When the fire started in your house that day, did you or your husband open the window? I beg your pardon? What are you insinuating? The room would have been thick with smoke after the carpet and bookcase caught fire as they did. In a situation like that, it's inconceivable that you wouldn't have opened the window. And what if we did? Well, right then, yes, you're right. My husband was frantically trying to open the window. Which can't have been easy since I continued to give him a justly deserved book battering. Even though your house was on fire. Oh, you never stop throwing until the anger subsides. It would be terribly bad for the nerves to do otherwise. Oh, she's a monster. Like, not only is she describing the event that happened, but the way she's describing it implies that it's something that is standardized for her. Like, there's a way you do this kind of thing. You know, when you're pummeling your SO, you have to see it through. You have to just keep going until the rage wears off. It's made all the more comical by the kind of the doughy, jovial character design that they give her. Of course, I should have realized. That's a significant step forward, Mr. Naruhodo. You've managed to establish that the window was open. We simply must have that added to Mrs. Garrideb's formal statement. Yes, the window was open at the time. I'd clean forgotten, but it's true. The 4th book found at the scene of the crime shows very obvious signs of fire damage. And the title of the book is The Lion's Pride. The same title, in fact, as the book that Mr. Garrideb told us he'd been reading. Well, I really couldn't say. On the day in question, did you or did you not throw at your husband the copy of The Lion's Pride that he had been reading? I did. It was the first thing I could lay my hands on, so I hurled it straight at him. And now that you mention it, yes. He was rather enjoying reading it, you're right. Why did you not reveal this information to the court from the outset? Because I couldn't, you insolent little man. I didn't remember. At times like that, you pick up and throw whatever you can lay your hands on, as well you know. It's common knowledge. That's just how you do it. Oh, terrible human being. I really don't. I barely noticed I was throwing a book, much less the title of it.
Excuse me.
What is it, juror number 5? You know something? I've remembered what it was. That memory I'd blocked out. I was listening to what this granny was saying. Brought it all flooding back. Smack. What are you calling a granny, you cheeky devil? I'm Mrs. Garadeb, or the maid, I'll have you know. The man doesn't even flinch. Please tell me that's not because he's so used to being hit all the time. You know, it's not what the actual central theme of the case is about, but there's an awful lot of it happening in this one. It was about 2 weeks ago now. Listen to the music. I just got back home after work, like. I put my hand in my pocket for the wages I'd just earned that day, and I nearly died. There was a hole. Every last penny had dropped out. Dear, what a disaster. You haven't heard the half of it, boy. Oh? The wife was cutting up some chicken at the time. I could hardly get the words out, but I told her straight, I've lost the day's wages, love. Next thing I know, the blade was whistling past my ear. Stuck into the wall next to me, it did. About an inch deep. No words, just terror. I could smell it then, you know, that god-awful stench of the Thames. I was sure I was going to end up face down in the muddy banks that night, I can tell you. Now, that's a real disaster, isn't it? I'll never use the word lightly again. Anyway, the point I'm trying to make is this. When a woman loses her rag, they'll throw anything at you. Knives, hatchets, hammers, you name it. Mr. Naruhodo, you mustn't think that all women are so short-tempered and unrefined. No, I wasn't thinking that. Throwing household objects at people is, well, it's so uncivilized. At least attack with honor, using a bow or the like. What? Attack? Where are you going to attack? Never mind. Anyway, this man's words would be rather significant, I think. We'll come back to the bow and arrow thing later, if I dare. Okay, so let's see here. Gonna start hooking things together here. So the path we're going down is that not only did she throw a book outside, which got the attention of the person across the street, but she also hucked a knife out the window and accidentally injured the other person.
Objection! Hold it!
It's just a... No, it's not. Let's try her.
Objection!
Two statements clearly have a deeply significant connection. I mean, they don't contradict each other? Explain. Juror number 2, do you think perhaps that this could be one such novel alternative? Whatever do you mean? An alternative explanation as to how the victim was stabbed in the back. What are you talking about? We've demonstrated that the fourth book, The Lion's Pride, was found at the scene of the crime, originated in Mr. Garrideb's room on the top floor of his house. Therefore, it's equally possible that some other object besides the book could have found its way from the Garrideb household to the streets below. What's that now? After all, Mrs. Garrideb could have thrown any number of different objects at her husband. Isn't that right, juror number 4? Are you insinuating now, you little beanpole? I'm beginning to think that ever since the true origins of this book came to light, perhaps she's had a feeling this might be what happened. Now you listen here, you Eastern Gala. As the foreman of this journey, I demand a straight answer. You give us this yarn about some other object making its way out of the house, but what? What was it? Really taking a big gamble here. It was a bold accusation to make, but I haven't any real evidence to back it up. But I'm certain that at the very least this warrants further investigation. Alright, Mr. Foreman, I'll try to explain the defense's theory. The other object that's found its way from the Garrideb household to the scene of the crime was...
Take that!
Juror number 4, Miss Garrideb. What now? I must apologize in advance for this. But I need you to confirm something else for the court. This knife. Have you ever seen this knife before? Ah. Good Lord, Counsel, what on earth are you doing? That's the weapon that was lodged in the victim's back, man. My lord, remember that when the victim was attacked, Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb were in the throes of an argument. Miss Garrideb was hurling anything that she could at her husband, who'd been backed up against the window, a window that had been opened to clear the smoke, and through which a book sailed to land at the crime scene. You can't seriously believe that. The book was found in the victim's grasp. Are you saying that it flew out of the window and across the street to land neatly in her hand? Even my missus hasn't got an aim like that. I admit there are many details we don't yet understand, but that's the point. That's precisely why we must not allow this trial to end. Not right now. Oh my. Miss Garrideb, your answer, please. Have you seen this knife before or not? Oh, uh, my lord. I wish to change my decision. It wouldn't be the first time that an assertion from a defense attorney in the Phoenix Wright kind of continuum had enough physical force to impact a person. The truth might set you free, but it can also strike you dead. I'm a woman of my word, after all. Thank you, madam. Yes, I agree. I certainly didn't see this coming, but I just don't think it would be right for this trial to come to an end now that there are so many unanswered questions. Mr. Foreman. I have to agree. Not that I think the granny did it, mind. Yeah, you know what? I'm not quite happy about this at the moment either. All together now, ladies and gents. We did it! Congratulations, Mr. Naruhodo! So as a result of the defense's summation examination, a number of jurors' leanings have changed. 2 jurors call guilty against 4 now calling innocent. It certainly makes things more exciting. Encourages more theatrics, you know? Accordingly, the opinion of this court is divided, and the trial will continue. Now then, Lord Von Zeeks, how does the prosecution wish to proceed? Yeah, the operation of the fireball launchers is just impressive in this in this world. It does kind of raise the question, is everybody just a, capable of conjuring fire in this setting? Because we could be talking like the little druid cantrip, the one where you can, summon a fireball and throw it like a little ball of flame. But it's so unerringly accurate, and they're lobbing it behind their back onto a target that is not in a fixed position. This trial is rapidly descending into a farce. Rapidly descending. We've been there for a while, sir. Like a corked wine, the first few sips are bitter enough. And another glass gone. But what follows is so repugnant it's good for nothing save the gutter. If I may, Lord Von Zeeks, the defense has just put forward a credible alternative explanation for what happened. Credible? Is that your considered opinion, Mr. Foreman? The defense's argument is a joke to which I barely know how to respond, but let me start by insisting. You must all familiarize yourselves better with the relative positions of those places being discussed. I mean, maybe that's why they developed this sort of combustible verdict machine, It's as much to kind of keep the prosecutors in line. We haven't seen any other English prosecutors. Maybe they're all vampires. What do you mean by that? What's his angle this time? It should already be more than apparent that between the crime scene and the Garrideb household runs a rather wide street, Briar Road. Which means that the distance from the Garrideb's house to the scene is some, yes, 15 yards. 15 yards. 14 meters. I mean, from a second floor, that's still not an unreasonable distance. The cheesy jokes just write themselves, Stir. It's a little farther than I imagined. and as you ladies and gentlemen of the jury rightly noted as having portentous significance, the fourth book was found in the victim's clutches. Hello, Sherbet. Hello. Hello, buddy. Sherbet has joined me on my chair here. So he must get all the back scratches. There we go. He tends to just kind of strafe by behind my head, but he gets back scratches when he does that. In other words, the smoldering book, wantonly hurled by the lady of the house, traveled some 15 yards to land on the opposite side of the road, neatly between the collapsed victim's fingers and thumb. Is that your final conclusion, my learned and deluded friend? And did the jackknife follow a near identical trajectory to plunge into the middle of the victim's back? This fantasy is somewhat stretching the notion of having a bad day for the victim, I think. Even those pathetic serialized detective stories have more believable plots. Arg. There's nothing I can say to that. That prosecutor loves the sound of his own voice. Miss Susato. Serialized detective stories are pathetic, are they? How dare he? Maybe let's pick our battles here. My lord, might I be allowed to speak? As judicial assistant, you may speak for the defense, yes? Go ahead. The prosecution may consider the idea a fantasy, but what the defense has postulated was believable enough to persuade the jury to change its leanings. And as such, the court has a duty to explore this alternative explanation as thoroughly as possible. We have presented you with a possibility. You have to show that it's not true. To that end, juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb, must be called to testify and submit to cross-examination. Saints alive. A cross-examination of a juror? She is implicated in the trial. This is highly irregular. It's unprecedented for a member of the jury to be summoned to the witness stand. Again, I'm not sure whether to count that as him breaking a glass, but I still think it's notable that he's chucking those into the public gallery. And they impact something and shatter. He called out earlier that he threw it into the gallery. And unnecessary. Lord Von Zeeks? There are already witnesses in the stand whose testimony the defense may further cross-examine. If my learned friend's farcical theory has any truth in it, then both a burning book and a jackknife must have flown through the sky before this couple's eyes. And we must assume they would be able to testify accordingly. What say you, witnesses? Punch, punch. Slow drift close of his eyes. Yes, sir. Constable Rolly Beat, reporting for duty, sir. Well, good morning, officer. Sorry for dozing until now, sir. I haven't slept for a month on account of a villain who's appeared on my beat, sir. Oh, they are so heroic, these London bobbies. Patricia, my darling, I've been neglecting you, but no more. Oh, Rolly, my hero, you make me swoon. Massively stereotypical young lovers, you know? Very well, I hereby reject the defense's request. Oh. And order the witnesses in the stand to testify again. State forthwith before the court any details pertaining to the defense's alternative explanation of events. Yes, sir. This case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett. Believe me, a London bobby is good for his word. You see, the windows on the top floor of the Garrett house are top-hinged casements. Obviously, if anything had been thrown out of the window, we would have seen it. I did leave the scene to go fetch help, but my trusty Rolly was there to make sure nothing was disturbed. I didn't take my eye off the crime scene for one moment, sir. Nothing strange to report that on that front, sir. Well, this is quite startling. Top-hinged casement windows. That detail was not in the police report, Constable. Yes, sorry about that. I must have been a little drowsy. You cannot excuse your sins with drowsiness every time, Constable. Sorry, but what exactly is a top-hinged casement window? And you cannot excuse your ignorance with such trite remarks, my learned friend. Of course, sorry. Found it, Mr. Naruhodo. Cast your mind back to the windows in Mr. and Mrs. Gerdeb's room. All right, I'll try. So the windows open in order to allow air to circulate inside the house. As it's a top-hinged casement window, it swings open along the upper edge, you see. Glad you've rectified your ignorance. A casement window's most prominent feature is its stay, a metal bar that prevents the window from being opened beyond a certain amount. It prevents it opening? Absolutely correct, sir. In other words, if a book or knife were to have been thrown through the open window, it would have clattered against the pane and fallen straight down to the pavement below. I mean, there's still an opening. It still could have sailed out at a arc through it. Not a high arc by any stretch, but again, we're going from a second floor here. No. You see the problem then. Good. Your education in Windows is now complete. What are we doing, Lisa? There was never any possibility of either the book or the knife traveling 15 yards over the road. That is, unless the window pane had been shattered, something we've discounted already. That can't be. You see that, Rolly? That young Japanese man just collapsed in agony. Oh, yes, my darling, I saw it. I saw how he crumbled before me. Oh, Rolly, you're so strong. How is this happening? I haven't even started the cross-examination yet, and already my argument's been destroyed. Gavel. Mwah, mwah. Sir. Ryunosuke was a Windows user. He never used, I'm sorry, an Apple user. He never used Windows. Ah, nice. Counsel, if you could drag yourself upright again, the court awaits your cross-examination. My lord? Oh, good. Another desperate situation.
Hold it!
Well, can you say that for certain? Very good question, sir. The answer is this. Some noble founding principles of the force written on it, and as a reminder to all of us policemen of our sworn duty. He showed us that before, didn't he? Did he? I can't say I remember. Patrolled the streets of London town and uphold the peace of the common man. It's what the job's all about. And that is why I can't stand here today beside my long-suffering wife and tell you a Bobby... I can. Tell you a Bobby's good for his word. Well, rubbing my tired eyes admittedly, son. Oh, Rolly, you're so manly. Of course I am, my darling Patricia. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, my God. No, none of this is what I meant. I meant, how can you say for certain that this case has nothing to do with Mr. and Mrs. Garrett? I see, you should have said so earlier. Yes, well, so could you answer the question? It was a waste of time, then. Absolutely. We'll answer it to the fullest of my abilities. The surprising reason why Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's domestic dispute can't be related to this case. Before I get into that, just one thing. Yes? I'd very much like you and all your countrymen to understand the great British institution of Scotland Yard. So I hope you'll take back some tales of us London bobbies and how we uphold our guiding principles. I wasn't planning on going back just yet. I've only just arrived. So to that end, I'd be happy to lend you my warrant card for your perusal. But I must warn you, you won't be able to get through it without shedding a few tears. Thank you, I'll try. This will be important later. Let's take a look at this. East, walk 20 miles around his beat every day. Crimes that fall under the jurisdiction of the beat in which they are discovered. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives.
Hold it!
By which you mean they won't open fully, is that correct? Yes, sir. They're just there to allow a bit of air to flow through the house, you see, so they're restricted as to how much they open. Therefore, anything thrown out the window from inside the room would simply strike the pane and fall to the street. For clarity, allow me to mark the map. Here is the location where the objects would have fallen. It's directly opposite the scene of the crime, on the other side of the rather wide road. It would have been so hard for someone to mention this top-hinged casement thing before. Well, I have another question for you, Constable. What would that be? How do you even know? Why would you have any idea what sort of windows Mr. and Mrs. Garrett's house is furnished with? Ah, well, that's very simple. You see, I helped with the investigation yesterday. Do you have something to add, Miss Beat? Sorry. You look, well, delighted. Is there some particular reason for that? I was just remembering, that's all. We really were so lucky. Lucky? What do you mean? Well, of course I feel terrible for the poor woman who was attacked. Don't misunderstand me, please. But we were just so lucky it didn't happen on Rolly's beat. It was so close, you see. I hadn't realized. Oh yes, that street, Briar Road. That's the boundary between Rolly's beat and the next one. This is important. Because it sounds like there is now an incentive, since this was like their anniversary, this was their night out. There is an incentive that for the crime to have happened on the other side of the street. Isn't that right, my love? Constable Beat. Huh? Oh, yes, that's right. That's the reason I was helping out with interviewing the occupants of the Garrideb household yesterday. Their house is on my beat, you see. Really was cutting it close then. I wonder if you could clarify something. If the Garrideb household is on your beat, does that mean that the pavement next to it is as well? Outside Miss Garrideb's house? Mr. Garrideb's house? Yes, ma'am. The pavement on that side of the road is part of my beat. I see. I was unaware of that. Just think, if the woman had been attacked on the other side of Briar Road, we would never have been able to go for that meal to celebrate our wedding anniversary. But that's the life of a Bobby, after all. Extraordinary people are Bobbies, tirelessly working for the benefit of all Londoners. You know what I think? I think it was the good Lord's way of rewarding my Rolly for all his hard work. Don't you think so, my darling? That must be it, Pat, my love. That must be it. I think perhaps we should make sure we have that information officially on record. Leave it to me, Mr. Naruhodo. I'll take care of it immediately. Now it's my turn.
Hold it!
According to my notes here, the sun had gone down already and it was dark. But Rolly and I were strolling along, gazing at the night sky and looking for our lucky star. Sorry? The star that will guide us to eternal happiness. They've already got pet names for each other, but you know in private that the pet names get even worse. Can't it guide you to answer the question? If a flaming book had cut across the sky in front of us, it would have been lit up like a shooting star. And if I'd seen a shooting star, I would have made a wish upon it. Let Rolly be an inspector, I would have said, 3 times at least. Of course, what with the smog and everything, we wouldn't actually see any stars. In short, are you trying to say that neither a book nor a knife crossed the sky before you? Yes, sir. That is correct. As sure as the night sky in London is starless. It certainly seems like they're telling the truth. We saw the poor woman fall on the ground. Then we saw the poor woman fall on the ground, so we ran straight over to help her.
Hold it!
Did you You went to a nearby police box to fetch another officer, is that right? That's right, yes. If it had been on Rolly's beat, I would have known exactly where I was going, of course. Feel bad, my love. You can't be expected to know the location of every police box on every beat. So Rolly told me the way, only I sort of got a little lost on the way. Patricia, my darling, that's why I love you. Your terrible sense of direction is bewitching to me. Oh, Pat. Oh, Rolly. Oh, please. So I suppose I was gone for about 15 minutes. Like I said, my Rolly was at the scene the whole time, making sure nothing was disturbed. I was off duty at the time, of course, but a true Bobby is never really off duty, sir. Putting sir in there because, you know, I've been talking for long enough that the emphasis is becoming a strain.
Hold it!
Nothing to report. It's correct. I had my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away for a second. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. I can swear that on the yard's honor. Really? That seems a little strange. Beg your pardon? Strange? Seems altogether regular to me. This burnt copy of The Lion's Pride was originally in the Gyaradev household. So the question remains, how did it find its way into the hand of the victim? Can you shed any light on that, seeing as you were at the scene of the crime the entire time? Could it be a different copy? One that just happened to be burnt as well? Even if it were possible, why would the victim have been gripping a book like that in her hand? As we can see from the photographic print, she had a bag over her shoulder. Well, that book was in the lady's hand from the moment we arrived at the scene. Is that so? Something about this statement that's not sitting quite right with me. Two mysteries of how the knife ended up in her back and how the book ended up in her hand. Must be some common thread. Can I ask you something? Please, Mr. Lawyer, sir? Yes, of course. What is it? You're doubting us, aren't you? I can tell. Last time she got upset about this, she, handed us a contradiction. Now, it ended up being one of those, the prosecution is hiding evidence again things, but, you know. I wasn't really, what's she doing? Please, just because I'm a woman, it doesn't make my testimony any less valuable. You might just see me as the wife of a policeman, but I'm a woman of my word, I am. I really don't remember ever suggesting that I doubted you. No excuses, I don't want to hear it. My voice will be heard. My lord, you'll let me speak, won't you? Yes, Miss Beat, I will allow you to supplement your testimony if you so desire. Sometimes the path of least resistance is the sage one. It was a very loud mutter. I heard that. That Japanese man thinks a policeman's wife's word counts for nothing, does he? Watch out, sir. I might let you get away with something like that, but my Rolly won't. Duly noted, Miss Beat. Please, I humbly ask you to continue. Could she possibly be about to say, I wonder? I know what I saw. My eyes never let me down. My sense of direction is a little off sometimes, though.
Hold it!
Miss Beat, nobody is questioning what you've told us. I saw it, I did. That evening I saw it clearly. That little Eastern man with the whiskers and the funny curved back. slinking away from the scene. Now it's whiskers and funny curved back instead of mustache, you know? Telling you, he's slowly being converted into some sort of horrible gremlin. And I know what I didn't see as well. I didn't see any flaming books or knives flying through the sky. All very clear. You also mentioned something about having a poor sense of direction. Oh, yes, well, that's a little embarrassing, really. I'm always ending up in the wrong place when I've made arrangements to meet Rolly. He gets ever so cross.
Excuse me.
Constable Beat, is there a problem? No problem. Did your wife's remark just now bring something to mind, perhaps? Oh, well, in a way, yes. I was just remembering that the same thing happened that evening, is all. You mean Miss Beat lost her way on the night of the incident? Well, you see, I sent her off to find a police box in the next beat over from mine. But she was gone a fair bit longer than what I was expecting. I thought she'd be back inside 10 minutes, but my darling was gone a good 15. Rolly, you're such a tease. But the reason I was so long was because of the bouquet, silly. Bouquet? Sorry, what bouquet are you talking about? Oh, it was a present for our wedding anniversary. Rolly's so romantic. He saved up for it with farthings and halfpennies he found in the gutter while doing his rounds. Yes, how romantic. I'd forgotten all about it until just now. Had you, my darling? Oh, yes. But that was just between us. No talking about it to anyone else, darling. You have to promise. Really? Oh. What was all that about? Constable Beat looked very obviously troubled during that exchange. Afraid I can't offer any useful insight, Mr. Naruhodo. But I'm quite sure of one thing. We have to ask Miss Beat about the bouquet. Miss Beat, this bouquet you just mentioned. I'd like you to add details about it to your testimony, please. Really? Yes, I'd love to. What happened was I dropped my bouquet and ended up losing my way for a while.
Hold it!
You mean you dropped the bouquet at the scene of the crime? Yes, that's right. Oh, I was so upset. When we ran over and saw it was a woman with a knife in her back, I was so shocked I dropped the bouquet Rolly gave me. It was in a dark spot where the streetlights weren't casting any light, so I didn't notice it first. And then you went to the police box to report it to the policeman whose beat it was on. Yes, and I came back to the scene together with the other constable, you see. That's when I spotted my bouquet again, but the funny thing was, when I went to pick it up, it was nowhere near the victim's body at all. In case you need reminding, Miss Beat, the victim is not deceased. I was all flustered for a moment before I heard a voice calling me from the other side of the road. Your husband, presumably? That's right. Silly me, I'd gone over to the wrong side of the street. Although I'm going to blame the bouquet this time, I can't think how it got there. I really can't. So the bouquet somehow moved from one side of Briar Road to the opposite. Curious indeed. Isn't it? But the worst of it is I forgot to pick the bouquet up again when we left the scene. That beautiful rose Rolly bought me, with that change from the gutter he spent so long collecting. This is why he told her not to mention it, is that The bouquet she dropped emphasizes where the body actually was. By bouquet, do you perhaps mean this sorry, solitary rose? Oh, yes, that's it. That's the bouquet Rolly bought me for our anniversary, with odd bits of change he found in the gutter. Maybe just call it a rose. Tell us, Lord Von Zieks, where did you come by the flower? According to the report by the police officer in charge of the crime scene investigation, it was found on the edge of the pavement in front of the Garadib household. Front of the Garadib's house? Although it wasn't noticed until the morning, as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It was believed to be of no relevance to the case since it was found on the opposite side of the thoroughfare. Thank you, sir, thank you. Could I have it back now, please? No, I think for good measure this rose should be added to the court record as evidence. Oh. But it's a symbol of our love. I want it back after the trial. Do you hear me? I want it back. Good grief. Rest assured I will do my very best not to forget, Miss Beat. Nothing to report. It's correct. I have my eyes wide open the entire time, never looked away. No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Might be able to present the rose for this. It seems a little strange. Beg your pardon? Strange? Yeah, she was walking along and picked up the book where it lay on the street. Heard this part. Make of all this. The idea of an invisible attacker has been troubling me, but I believe I'm starting to get a picture of what really happened here. The fourth book that has no business being at the scene of the crime made me sure that Mrs. Garadib was hiding something from us. But it's becoming increasingly clear that someone else has been hiding something from us as well. I think I may already be armed with everything I need to strike a decisive blow here. This time I'm going to expose the whole truth about this mysterious affair. We're getting into kind of tricky territory. What I'm going to have to try to establish is that something was messed with at the scene. English rose. Such a beautiful flower. It's a rose, is it? I've never seen one before. Do you not take an interest in flowers, Mr. Naruhodo? Wouldn't say that exactly, but I do know 3 types at least. I do know there are. Gosh, 3? Yes, plum blossom, peach blossom, and cherry blossom. Perhaps you should consider branching out. Learn some that aren't fruit tree based, for example. Very stylish paper the flower's wrapped in, isn't it? It's just an old newspaper, Mr. Naruhodo. I suppose it's because I'm not used to seeing English print. Looks so exotic to me. I see. Is something wrong? Oh, no, I was just thinking that if you wrapped a stone-baked sweet potato in English newspaper, it might look like some sort of fancy cake. Ah, Suzato, you do love your cakes. Going to double check that we've got a save. We're going to try the rose here. Because if she dropped the rose at the scene, how did the rose move?
Objection!
You claim, Constable Beat, that there was nothing to report in the 15 or so minutes that you were guarding the scene. But that cannot be. What do you mean to say? In your testimony just now, Miss Beat, you explained to the court that when you arrived back at the scene of the crime with the policeman assigned to that beat, the bouquet you had dropped at the victim's side was no longer anywhere nearby. Yes, on the opposite side of Briar Road where the victim was attacked. But considering the size of that meager bouquet, if a single sorry bloom can be so described, no doubt it was blown in the wind across the street back into the gutter where it belongs. Wow. Meager? But if that were the case, why did Constable Beat not testify to the fact? No one else approached the scene and nothing was removed from it. Constable Beat swore to that on Scotland Yard's honor. But the bouquet belonged to me. It has nothing to do with the case. That's why Rolly didn't mention it, I'm sure. No, because sadly it does not. It's not only your bouquet we're talking about here. More than one thing in this case is mysteriously the wrong way around. What are you talking about? Think about it. Besides Miss Beat's bouquet, there's Mr. Garrideb's book. Miss Garrideb's copy of The Lion's Pride, which was thrown out the window by his wife, would have struck the pane of the casement window and landed here, on the west side of the street. And yet, it was actually found here, on the opposite side of the road, in the victim's hand. Meanwhile, according to the testimony we've heard, Miss Beat's bouquet should have been dropped here at the scene of the crime on the east side of the street. But in fact, it was actually found here on the opposite side of the road in front of Mr. and Mrs. Garrideb's house. There's no logical explanation for those things. unless somebody deliberately moved them. Mutter, mutter, mutter. What are you trying to say? The way you're talking, it sounds like you think my rolly's done something wrong. Don't you listen to a word that scrawny lawyer says. Wittering on about books and bouquets. Why should we care? It's nitpicking, that's what it is. Nitpicking, you're picking nits. Oh good, Mrs. Garridib's come around. You might call it nitpicking, Miss Garridib. But deliberately meddling with the scene of a crime is a criminal offense. It's called, tampering, Mr. Naruhodo. Gasp. But the person responsible for this tampering cannot admit to it. For a very subtle but compelling reason. Tampering? You've barely heard the term before. Tell us, my learned friend, who would possibly have had cause to carry out such an elaborate deception? There's someone who tampered with the scene of the crime that evening. All the evidence and all the testimony points to that one particular person. Gavel. Counsel, I must demand that you substantiate this conjecture. Who are you saying is responsible for tampering with the scene of the crime? Rolly beat.
Take that!
Obviously, there's only one person it could have been. Finger point. Constable Rolly beat. It was you. What? A policeman? A member of Scotland Yard? What nonsense! Why would my Rolly do something like that? There's no one straighter than my husband. Implications. No Bobby works more tirelessly for the people of London. Miss Beat. You said in your testimony that your husband asked you to go to a nearby police box to fetch the officer on duty. The 15 minutes that you were absent from the scene is the only opportunity anyone had to tamper with it. You're making it up. It's all nonsense. It's all lies. What about that Japanese man with the whiskers? I bet it was him. He did it. If that was true, Constable Beat would have seen him do it. Oh. And forgive me for pointing it out, but when you dropped your bouquet, Miss Beat, it was after the defendant had fled the scene. Well... First you make accusations about the landlord and his wife, and now you incriminate a policeman as well. But your accusations lack one very important thing. You claim the crime scene was tampered with. There is only one reason anyone would commit such a reckless crime: to hide something. That's right, he's right. But my husband and I just happened to be there, that's all. So why would we have anything to hide? It doesn't make sense. You offered no motive for this alleged tampering, and until you do, your accusations are nothing but empty threats. This is why we were given the little handbook. Constable Beat had a very good reason for wanting to tamper with the scene of the crime. That's the key to this entire affair. Mr. Naruhodo, have you managed to solve this mystery? Gavel. You've made a very serious accusation against a London police officer. If you are mistaken, I'm sure I need not point out that your reputation as a lawyer will be irrevocably damaged. With that stark warning in mind, you will now explain to the court the motive for this alleged tampering. Yes, my lord. Deep breath. Constable Beat's motivation for tampering with the crime of the scene was to hide where the victim fell. Where the victim fell to the ground. That is what this Bobby had to cover up at all costs. What? Where the victim fell? You mean where she was attacked? What are you talking about? We told you at the very start, didn't we? On the pavement of Briar Road. We saw it happen, remember? It's right here, as if anyone didn't already know. That's certainly what everyone has been led to believe. But in fact, that isn't where the victim was stabbed at all. What? What? I still like the tethered scarf. I'm beginning to wonder where this tumultuous trial will end, Counsel. If that's your assertion, then the court is dying to know, my Nipponese friend. Where are you proposing that the crime actually took place this evening? Over here.
Take that!
But that's on the opposite side of the road? I don't understand. On the evening in question, Mr. Garadeb's book fell directly down from the open window above, and your bouquet, Miss Beat, never moved at all. What did move was the scene of the crime itself. I love the little twirling point there. It's like he's building up momentum in a spin before unleashing the finger. Good gracious.
Objection!
Perhaps you haven't been listening to the ample testimony the court has heard. But these witnesses both saw the moment the attack took place. That's right, I saw it. With my own eyes. It was 5 o'clock in the evening and already dark. There was the typical London fog on the ground. When you saw the incident unfold and ran to the victim's aid. That was actually on the west side of Briar Road. It's not true, it can't have been. Constable Beat then arranged for you to be absent for a while by sending you for help. And during the 15 minutes you were away, he transplanted the crime scene. He moved all the things shown in this print, the victim herself, the 4 books. He moved everything, in fact, to the pavement on the east side of Briar Road. Extraordinary. But the constable overlooked one thing. What did he overlook? The bouquet, I presume. Exactly. The prosecution told the court just a few minutes ago about the discovery of the rose bouquet. Lord Von Zeke said it wasn't noticed until the morning as it lay where the street lamps cast no light. It couldn't have been seen in the dark, obviously. Which is why it was only the bouquet that was found in its original position on the pavement on the west side of Briar Road. And that is the defense's theory about what really happened that evening. How do you respond, Constable Rolly Beat? Well, I'm very sorry. I didn't mean to nod off again, but I haven't slept properly in a month. Did I miss anything important? Oh, Rolly. It isn't true, is it? What the lawyer said is all lies, isn't it? I know it is because you're the most upstanding, righteous man I know. I had a dream, a terrible dream. All the things I did that night. Everything come out. Everything exposed. Only, it seems, it wasn't a dream at all. Good golly. Golly. Gavel. What on earth is the meaning of all this? Rolly, why? Why would you do something like this? Moving a corpse is a criminal offense, isn't it? Wishing the victim dead should be one, too. She's not a corpse. Constable, explain yourself. Why would you do this? As a respected member of Scotland Yard, your duty is to protect the good people of London Town. I can't say. What? I really am ever so sorry about all this. For damaging the Yard's reputation, for everything. I have a possible explanation for why, on that particular evening, Constable Beat felt compelled to move the scene of the crime. I can think of one reason. How could you possibly know? You, a foreigner, presuming to understand the mind of a Scotland Yard policeman. Big stretch out of Ember there. And yet, Lord Von Zeeks, it is this foreigner who has uncovered the startling truth of the matter thus far. I believe it would be beneficial to the court for the court to hear this extraordinary young lawyer's theory. Counsel for the defense, if you please. Yes, my lord. Now then, I think you had better show us some evidence. At once. England, Japan, it makes no difference where you come from. Human emotions are the same. I think I have a fairly good idea of the feeling behind this man's action. What gives away the motive for Constable Beat's unthinkable actions?
Take that!
I realize that I am a foreigner in this land, and I have only just arrived from Japan, which is why all this information about London's so-called bobbies is completely new to me. I've learned that, though honorable, patrolling the beat is the most demanding work in the world, for example. Keeping the peace, looking after the citizens on his beat in all kinds of ways. There's no doubt that the young bobby is charged with a great deal to do each day, certainly. But for Constable Beat, the day in question was special. Special? How? On account of this bouquet. Oh, yes. It was our very first wedding anniversary. Constable Beat had worked so hard to be able to afford this simple gift for his wife, and was so looking forward to taking her out for a celebratory meal. When he and Miss Beat stumbled upon a crime along Briar Road. When he saw that shadowy figure through the fog collapse on the pavement ahead of them, what must have gone through the man's mind? Just on that one particular day, I was looking forward to celebrating my wedding anniversary. I just heard a cat hiss from the tree there. Hey there, Sighty. We're in the final stretch of the evening, yeah. But glad you could join us anyway. Doing good, doing good. Sleep schedule is I won't say under control, but is drifting normal. So hopefully the stream schedule will be too. Miss Beat puts up with a lot being married to a bobby like me. I wanted to show my dear wife how much I care. You can see there's an emphasis of the sorry state of their financial situation, how little they have, in how patched up his uniform is. Things like the mismatched buttons, the patches. Same thing with her dress and the battered state of his helmet there. They don't have a lot of money. It's he works incredibly hard and isn't making much for it. Oof. Not much time to rest up then, huh? This is the warrant card that Constable Beat offered to lend me earlier. Inside, among the rules for patrolling policemen, it says, when a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Aha! Constable Beat. Is that or is that not the reason why you moved the whole scene of the crime that day? Yes. Everything you said, it's all right. Oof, man. Well, you better get some rest. I presume a sports day will be a strenuous time. So that's it. It was all to do with the boundary of your beat. Oh. Exactly. To summarize, the incident actually occurred on Constable Beat's beat. Good gracious. Constable, do you realize the gravity of what you have done? It was the first time since I became a copper that I'd ever cursed God. Wow. Stay close to me, Pat. The criminal could still be lurking somewhere. As we ran over to the scene, I had every intention of doing my duty as a police officer. We've got to report this to the station as quickly as possible. But then it dawned on me. I realized where we were, where the victim was lying, and what that meant for me. When a crime is discovered on his beat, a policeman must assist with initial investigations and help detectives. Why here? Why did this have to happen here? And why tonight of all nights? Why? The copper's job to guard the scene of the crime, so I told Pat she'd have to go to the nearest police box and fetch whoever was on duty there. It was then, when I opened my mouth to speak, it just came out. I couldn't believe the words that were coming out of my mouth. This is the next beat to mine, Pat, so you'll have to go to the police box that covers it. Turn right along Mersham Street, and then... Teary eyes from Susato. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Oh, Constable. I just wanted that one night to take my Patricia out to dinner. Oh, Rolly. Just that one night. You knew that if the incident was on your beat, your evening of celebration would be ruined. And so you decided to move the entire crime scene outside your jurisdiction, just across the street to the east pavement of Briar Road, which falls under the neighboring beat's care. You see, I thought... Well, I was sure the victim was dead, you see. Beg your pardon? Well, of course he did. Otherwise, my Rolly would never have left the poor woman on the freezing cold pavement. I see your meaning now. But God got me back for my sins, didn't he? That's why I missed the rose I bought for Pat. Oh no, Rolly, that was all my fault. I should never have dropped it in such a dark place. I'm so sorry, Rolly. And can you tell us, Constable, how many books did you move from one side of the road to the other in total? Oh, 4 it was, yes. Definitely 4. 3 of them dropped by Mr. Natsume, and the 4th being the one that fell from the window upstairs to the Garrideb household, of course. From the window upstairs in the Garrideb household, of course. But what made you place that book in the victim's hand? When the others were scattered haphazardly around, I mean. Oh, well, that's because that's how I found it. How you found it? What do you mean? When I first ran over to the scene, the victim was already holding the book. So when I moved everything, I made sure it was still in her hand. You're sure it was this book, The Lion's Pride, that the victim was holding? Oh yes, no doubt about it. Interesting. Still think it's that, at least as far as like the positioning, it is that the victim moved over and picked up the book. Now, what happened after that, I'm not sure of, but it still makes the idea that the knife came from the Garrideb house plausible. I don't know if actual, but plausible. I thought it was an open and shut case at the time, you see. There were only 2 people at the scene, and Pat and me saw it happen. However, which way you looked at it, it had to be the fellow who ran off who'd done it. Couldn't see the harm, really. I didn't think moving it all over the road would make a jot of difference. I suppose this is it for me now. I've had it. See how patched up, like mismatched patches on his sleeves, on her dress, that kind of thing. My lord. Yes, Lord Von Zeeks? I believe that concludes the cross-examination of the witnesses. Constable, you may withdraw. Yes. Mr. Prosecutor, sir? What will become of my Rolly? What will happen to him? For now, you are free to go home. The police will contact you in due course. Please don't punish my husband. This was all my fault. It's because I'm always moaning at him for coming home late. Leave it now, Pat. Let's go home. I'm tired. All right, then, my love. One last thing, Constable. Let this be a lesson to you. In a criminal investigation, every detail matters, however insignificant it may seem to you. Yes. Carve that lesson in your mind. And never again make the mistake of tampering with the scene of a crime. Ah, never again? You mean to say... Leave now. This trial is not yet over. Take my mercy and run. Gavel. Quite a startling revelation, I must say. Whoever thought of a third party transplanting the entire scene of a crime like that? Indeed, my lord. Nevertheless, there are some immutable facts here. Principally, that the accused, Mr. Soseki Natsume, is the only person who could possibly have committed this crime. I disagree. Now that we know the true scene of the incident, there is someone else. Another person who could be responsible for the knife in the victim's back. Forgive me for being presumptuous, but I believe the prosecution is probably well aware of this possibility already. Lord Von Zeeks, is this true? It's a wild theory, but it's plausible. Name the person, if you will, and if further investigation is warranted, the prosecution has no objection to the trial continuing. Name the other person who could have perpetrated the crime.
Take that!
The Rage Maid herself. The defense would once again like to request the cross-examination of a new witness, my lord. Once again. My assistant made the same request earlier. In order to finally reveal the truth about this case, it is imperative that we cross-examine juror number 4, Miss Joan Garadeb. Me? Me? Oh, dearie me.
Objection.
That request has already been denied. But the situation is very different now. Miss Garadeb, answer me this. What do you want now, you little toad? At the time of the incident, you were engaged in a violent argument with your husband, Mr. John Garadeb. In the course of the argument, a minor house fire was ignited. And to clear the smoke from the room, your husband opened a window that looks out over Briar Road. What of it? You threw this book at your husband when he was cornered with his back against the window. On striking the pane of the open top-hinged casement window, the book plummeted directly down, finding its way to what we now know to be the true scene of the incident. Yes, and as I said, what of it? During the argument, you were beside yourself with rage. As such, you threw not just books, but anything you could lay your hands on. So, let me ask you one more time, Miss Garadeb. This knife, the one removed from the victim's back, have you really never laid eyes on it before? Ah! A lot of jiggle physics in her cheeks. She's got a very marshmallowy kind of vibe, you know? I don't recall it. Seriously. Am I supposed to remember everything I picked up and threw at my husband? And anyway, the man over there in all that regalia said members of the jury needn't testify, didn't he? Conveniently, yes.
Objection.
No, I have no recollection of saying that at all, number 4. Oh. Wibble, wibble. Make no mistake, you jurors are not special in any way. You are not immune to the judicial process. If you know something about this knife, madam, let the truth come out. But that's just a common or garden knife. That's definitely, it has the vibe of a saying. So, in my experience, it's a common knife or a garden variety knife. But they're saying explicitly common or garden. I wonder. It could have come from anywhere. We have several like that at home. If one went missing, how could you expect me to know? What's that? Are you joking? What are you saying, please, Miss Garadeb? Now you listen to me. I refuse to believe all this nonsense. I couldn't bear the thought that I'd injured someone. Do you hear? I couldn't bear it. Except for the beating you gave your husband. Couldn't bear to think that I injured somebody except my husband. Oh, the poor woman. No. No. So yes, I want evidence. I want to see hard evidence if you're going to insist on this being my fault. You're going to have to prove to me that I threw that knife if that's what you think. Come along now. Chop, chop. Do your worst. Well, Mr. Naruhodo? If I had evidence like that, believe me, I would have thrown it at her already. Then take the stand, juror. Oh. Prosecution does not object to the defense's request to cross-examine this woman. Thank you, Lord Von Zeeks. I'm going to have to testify? Gavel. Juror number 4. As I'm sure you will appreciate, having observed it with your own eyes today, witness testimony can lead to the most extraordinary truths being unearthed. Things are gonna get weird. What are you? Hey, Mason. Mason is being very underfoot at the moment. Truths about which the witnesses themselves may not even have been aware. Oh, dearie me. So I demand your full and unadulterated testimony, Mrs. Garadeb. And mark my words, in this court of law today we shall extract the truth. Fetch the hot pokers. I mean, it would go with the fire theme that they've got in this courtroom. Do you concur, counsels? Certainly, my lord. Oh, that's what I was hoping for, my lord. This is such a strange feeling. For the first time since arriving in this country, it actually feels real. I'm here, in the Old Bailey, and I'm a lawyer. Okay, we are actually going to wrap up right here. Walk down a save, as we are approaching the final time limit for our stream. And if I don't stop here, we won't stop in time. Just about a certainty. But yeah, exciting. Definitely some twists and turns to this one. They are holding up to the quality that this game has been showing, which is very clearly an improvement, like a steady quality improvement over the Ace Attorney trilogy games that we played, which reminds me of the Professor Layton crossover one that they did. As far as like quality of life improvements, how the trial unfolds, that kind of stuff. Definitely good times. So we'll have to see. Not 100% sure on when we'll be playing next, but we will be playing ideally at least twice this coming week. So if you aren't already a member of the Discord, feel free to swing by. There is a link to a LinkTree, which can get you to things like the Discord. When you pop into that Discord, just let me know kind of who you are and where you're from, as far as like, hey, I was in the stream, I'm this person. Then I can get you access to things like the streaming board where I post when I'm going to stream, and other forums where we kind of joke around with each other, post pictures of our pets, that kind of stuff. There's also a forum for game suggestions. I know that earlier, scroll up a little bit, Stir Up there mentioned a suggestion for a game, and that's a good way to link them, because then I can go take a look at them, potentially pick up a copy, that kind of stuff. But again, I want to thank everybody for joining us tonight. I hope you all had a good time. And I will see you again, hopefully on Tuesday. Have a good night, everyone.